Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla. All right, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. This is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Let me go ahead and get my music going. I want to kind of set the mood here. Hold on a second. I don't like none of the music selections, by the way. I hate all of this. Ugh. All right. This will be my favorite one right here. All right. So the title of the stream is "We Need Husband School More Than We Need Wife School." Dumbasses. I didn't put asses in the title, but I'm gonna say it. Dumb asses. You know, we're always talking about wife school. Somebody's always got some workshop to teach women how to get a man, keep a man, get a husband, keep a husband, yada, 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 yada. But I don't never ever hear us talking about husband school. And I think that we need husband school more than we need wife school. And here's why. When we're little girls are taught how to be mothers, how to be nurturing, to want to get married and all of this other stuff. From the time that we're little girls, this stuff is crammed down our throats. So it's almost second nature that we want a husband, we want the children, and we're taught to be nurturing. We're with the baby dolls, with the little baby bottles, and we're, pretending that, we're mommy. We're with the little white dresses and in mommy's white heels, pretending that we're brides and we got the bouquet. We're always conditioned as young women to want to do this. We're always conditioned. And we're always conditioned as little girls. As I remember growing up in the household with my brother, I had more chores than my brother growing up. I think the only thing that my brother had to do every day was empty some garbage. And every now and then, when there was some snow and that was seasonal, he had to go out and with my dad and help him shovel snow. And when there was some leaves, that was also seasonal, he had to go out and rake some leaves. But every day, it was me. It was Faith. Had to get up and wash the dishes. It was me. It was Faith. Had to get up and clean the bathrooms and make everybody bed and all that other stuff. Like, that was something that I was given a daily responsibility to do in the household, like all the time. And on top of that, when my mom wanted me to start learning how to cook, it was me, Faith, not my brother, in the kitchen having to learn how to make simple meals for me and my brother. And I was the youngest. Okay, I was the youngest. So I don't think that there is a need for a wife school. I really don't. I really think that there is a definite need, especially in the Black community, for a husband school. But it even goes even further than that. I think there should be husband school for all men, because all men suck at it. All of you. Every time I look around, there's a man fucking up the marriage, sabotaging the family, splitting the family apart with his actions. It's not the woman. And I get so sick and tired of hearing women telling other women how to get and keep a man. And if that man left you, somehow it's your fault. It's something that you didn't do to make that man happy. I'm so sick and tired of hearing this. Now, I do want to say that this stream was inspired by my sister, Mahogany Roots and MJ. I was at her page earlier, and I'm going to see if I can find her YouTube page. I definitely can because I was just on there earlier. And she had a beautiful live stream where she was showing a black woman. Her name is hold on a second, let me pull her up. Lady Bling. But anyway, this is an artist that Mahogany was highlighting. And honey, when I tell you Mahogany put me on, this woman is brilliant. She has a wonderful page full of her music and her art that she does. She's a rapper and a singer, you know, so she puts together really good music. But there was this one particular post that Mahogany Roots highlighted on her channel, and I don't want to take away from Mahogany Roots um, content. So if you want to see it, the title of her video is Sex Part 2, The Other Side, Cheaters, the Lady Bling story. Okay, but I have stories of my own that I'm going to highlight here. But Lady Bling, oh my God, when she got into her car, that woman got into her car and she let out the loudest ever heard. Let out. You know that moan. We know the sound of that moan. I mean, she got in the car and it was just kind of like let me see if I got a picture of it to show you, because I don't want to take away from her stream, but it was like she looked like this. It was like, oh my God, I'm so frustrated with this nigga. Oh my God, why is he doing this to me? Why is he putting me through this shit? You know, it looked like this. That's what it looked like. And ladies, we all know that scream, that frustrated moan, that I'm at the end of my rope type sound that we make when that nigga done just took you through to the last drop of what you could possibly take from him. So I was watching Mahogany Roots and I could just feel all the pain when she first got in the car and she let out that hurtful moan. This is why we need husband school. These men are just lost in the sauce. That man had cheated on her. That woman came home and her husband, not her boyfriend, not some nigga she just messing around with, her husband. And like I said, the tapes, the videos that I'm going to show you today, these are women who are married. And these men are cutting up. These men are lost in the sauce when it comes to knowing how to cultivate a marriage or a relationship for that matter. They are selfish. And so we got all these wife schools out here for these selfish men. Why are we creating wife school for men who don't know how to be husbands? I think it's a waste of time if we come in with all the tools that we need to have, but we're working with selfish people. You know, and I was looking at that video and a lot of things had come to my mind. A lot of things. You know, and I really, really dislike when I hear other women minimize the pain and the hurt and the experiences of other women, as if that woman is single-handedly in control over every aspect of the relationship or the marriage. She's not. It takes two people to make a relationship work. So always blaming one person, namely the woman, without holding the other person, namely that nigga, that man, without holding the other party responsible, it isn't helping the relationship. So I hate when I see these women, the as married now brigade. Ink ain't even dried. You ain't even got a year under your belt yet. But you gonna tell women that if your husband is not happy in the relationship, somehow that's your fault. No, it isn't her fault alone. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have a hand in some things that go on, that goes wrong in the relationship, but I'm tired of women, especially looking at other women and then saying, "Hey, sis, you don't know how to keep a man. You don't know how to treat him. See, I got a nigga that fucks with me." You know what I'm saying? I can't stand that shit, because we got real women out here that are real good mothers. They are ride or die chicks. They stand by their man. They're there 10 toes down in the relationship. But it's that motherfucking man that's not 10 toes down in the relationship. And she don't have no control over what that nigga is doing. But we always make what this nigga do and what we do for all the woman's fault. Everything is always slopped onto the woman. And this is why I have my better class of women. Because as better women, we need to be supportive of other women. And see, this is what I think Princella is saying in her message. I respect Princella's message. Now, you know, when she's talking about lesbian stuff, hey, I gotta chew the meat and spit out the bones with that. But she's right when she's talking about how we are as women towards each other. That part she did not get wrong. She didn't. And so when she talks about the pick-me's and the pick-mishas and all those women that, oh, I's married now, I got my man, you don't got nobody fucking with you, but I do, and all this other dumb ass shit. It don't have nothing to do with when a nigga packs up his bag and leave his whole family. You got these niggas doing shit like this. Dumbass shit like this. He got a wife, he got kids. He said fuck the wife and fuck the kids too. After he done used that woman up for everything that he could use her up for. Whether it be her taking care of him as far as his health, financially, her having the kids, her just being a trophy wife, or whatever he used her for. And so we got to stop sitting up here being so overly judgmental of each other as women over things that we don't have any control over. Or we don't have no control over whether a nigga fall out of love with us. So you couldn't keep his interest because a nigga fell out of love? Bitches. And this is that mammy talk that Princella is talking about. This is what I have been trying to, tell people. Like, you cannot sit up here and place all of the blame on women for whether or not a relationship work or it don't work. It's also up to that nigga to also do his part. And if he out here cheating, if he out here taking his money and giving it to other women, if he out here doing all these things and you ain't got no control over what this other motherfucker in the relationship doing, you just sitting up here, this is you. This is you in the relationship. We over here pulling our hair out and screaming like, why is this motherfucker in this relationship doing all of this? Like, I'm over here trying to be the best woman I can be to this motherfucker, and he is over here doing this. This is what we're doing. And we crying, we crying real tears out here. There are women that are really, really emotionally affected by the shit that goes down in these relationships. Young women that don't understand why. They done did everything they know how to do. They were a good woman to this man. They were fit. They're in the gym working out. They're getting their hair and nails done. I'm a great housekeeper. I'm a great cook. I'm a great mom. Like, what the hell more can I do? That's us. And it hurts my heart when I see other women being extra hard and extra tough on other women going through this, knowing. Now this is what kills me, because half of the pick-me's that just got picked, and some of them got picked last and want to flex, they've been through the same shit too. But how soon some of them forget as soon as they get that ring on their finger, though. How soon they fucking forget. And so now you want to sit up here and minimize another woman's story. And so this is the shit Princella is tired of, and that she's trying to help women protect themselves from. And I ain't mad at her. I ain't got to agree with every single part of her message and every nuance, but I can recognize a woman that is very needed in the space. Her voice is needed for those women that are just very, very vulnerable, very, very naive. They need a woman like Princella. Now, you and I, we might not be as naive. We might, not need someone like Princella to tell us, 1 + 1 = 2. But there are some women out there that definitely need to come out of the trance. They really need to. Cassandra Brown says the women in this space are nasty to other women. Amen. Yes, they are. And unnecessarily. There's no better thing that I love to see than black love, especially when women and black men and women get together and they get married. I celebrate that. I even encourage blended families because I think it's important. But when you get your little raggedy ass into a marriage and a relationship, and then you turn around and you want to stub your nose and single shame women that aren't married, you just got off the bench, the single bench with these women. All of y'all was sitting on the single bench together. And then as soon as somebody pull you off the bench, you want to turn around and go, nana, nana, boo, boo. And, if you can't keep a man, everything that go wrong in a relationship is your fault, bitch, because you didn't do them right. You didn't do your due diligence as a woman. What type of bullshit is that? That's the type of shit I hate to see. Cola 314 says you can't keep a man that don't want to be kept and seek attention outside the relationship. Facts on facts. Hey, what's up, Amiri Joseph? Amiri Brown is in the house. He says, hey, Faith, what's up, Amiri? I rocks with you, with your pandering self. Amiri is fine too, y'all. Did y'all know that Amiri is fine? Amiri, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I be going over to your show. I be looking at your thumbnails and stuff like that. You look good, my man. You look good. You fine. But no, Amiri is a married man, y'all. So hands off, okay? Hands off Amiri with his fan self. Yeah, so Mahogany, she really inspired me, because when I saw that video clip on her channel and that woman let out that cry, I was just like, yes, this is what it symbolizes. This is what it is. And another thing that I want to point out, that I've been pointing out, is that most men, I'm not going to say all, because I have seen some good men out here that are great caregivers, but most men don't see themselves as being caregivers. And that's another reason why we definitely need a husband school more than we need a wife school, because these men are not taught like we are as girls at a young age to be nurturing, and men are very capable of being nurturing. Now, when they want some poom poom, oh yeah, they can be nurturing as they want to be, can't they? Oh, they get the nibbling on you, and they get the caressing you, and kissing all on the neck and all that good stuff. They're nurturing when they want something. They know how to be nurturing when they want something, but Men don't really see themselves as caregivers when it comes to the children. This is the reason why they leave the care of the children primarily to the mother instead of sharing the responsibility. There's no shared responsibility when it comes to mommy and daddy relationships. In any household, you will see the woman doing the majority of the cooking for the children, the majority of getting the children prepared for school, the majority of getting the children settled down for bed, the majority of the diaper changing, the majority of the caregiving, period. When the kids get sick, who's going to be the one taking care of the kids, making the soup, making sure they take the medicine, taking the temperature? Is always us. Men are never, ever, ever required. We don't expect it even. And they don't share in that responsibility. They leave it primarily to the woman every time, every single time. And this is also why when the woman herself becomes sick and she needs to be cared for, these men are nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, they're real busy at work. They need your sister to come in and do it. All of a sudden, they find some reason. That there's something going on in the garage or outside, or they got to do something else other than take care of you when you're sick. But when they get sick, you drop everything. You taking days off work. You finding the time to put aside to take care of him and nurse him back to health. But they never, ever, ever do the same thing in return. Not in mass. I haven't seen too many men do it. Not at all. So don't be coming up here. I know it's going to be a lot of men up in here triggered when they hear this. Oh, no, I'm a good man. I take care of my wife. When she got sick, I did it. Quit lying. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. And then not only will we take care of our men when they get sick, but if that man has to come off work because of his illness for a long period of time, guess who goes back to work and nurse that man back to health and continue to take care of the children in the household? Women. We take on a great bulk of the responsibility. We are the ultimate help meets, or whatever they call it in the Bible. I'm not biblical, so don't get me wrong on this. But we are the ultimate. Men, when they get sick, they are so pathetic. They can't do nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Sometimes even when we're sick, ladies, have you ever been sick knowing that you need to be at home, but you're still finding yourself getting up, cleaning the house, getting up, cooking for everybody, getting up, making sure the kids are straight, changing diapers, going to the store, running errands, and you took time off work to recuperate? But this is what you're doing during your recuperation period. See, our recuperation period always looks different than the man's recuperation period. Now, when the man is sick and he take off work, he ain't doing a damn thing because we are there waiting on him hand and foot. He ain't got to run no errands. He ain't got to cook nothing, clean nothing. He ain't got to deal with no kids. He ain't got to do none of the stuff that we end up doing during our quote unquote recuperation. Our recuperation is never really truly a recuperation. And I know this. I've been through it. I was sick one time. And at that time I had 2 kids. And I had to take time off work. And I was so goddamn sick. I had so much congestion in my chest. I couldn't hardly breathe. My head felt like it was swollen every day. It just felt like I was dying. And I had to get up still and cook and clean and deal with the kids. And this was my day off. I took a week off so I can get over this. But it didn't feel like I had any time off at all. So, there definitely needs to be a husband school because you guys really are not understanding that there is a deficit when it comes to you all sharing responsibility in a household. You do expect women to do more, and women expect other women to do more. I get so sick and tired of hearing these damn mammies talking about some, ooh, I keep the cleanest house and so sparkly clean and pristine and all this other stuff. Bullshit. If you got kids, especially if you got multiples of children, I guarantee them kids is, when you in one room cleaning up, they in the other room tearing up. That's how it is. I remember one time I raised four children after my husband passed. I was in the kitchen. Boy, I was in that kitchen cooking. I'm just cleaning up behind myself as I'm cooking. I had just got through vacuuming the floor in the living room, and I had just got through cleaning the restroom. On my knees, scrubbing that goddamn tub and that tap. So I knew the rest of my house was clean because I had just got through cleaning. Now all I got to do is just get the dinner ready. Honey child, 4 kids, okay? But by the time I was in there about maybe 30 minutes cooking and all that type of stuff and meal prepping and all that type of stuff, about 30, 40 minutes. And that 30, 40 minutes, I was in that kitchen. I came out, the floor that I had just vacuumed had look, potato chip crumbs everywhere, and somebody had their toys all over the place. I stepped on a Lego and hurt my foot, and then I went in the bathroom and somebody had put a whole roll of toilet tissue in the toilet, and then somebody had ran some water in the bathroom, in the bathtub, and I was just like, what the hell is going on in here? That they undid everything that I did in 40 minutes. So y'all some goddamn liars. My shit is always perfect, motherfuckers. Y'all go to hell. I know you lying. And then you got that big old minivan, and you try to keep your minivan clean. You got to go to the car wash every day if you got kids, because they sitting in your minivan, and I don't know where they get candy from or where they get these snacks from, but every time you pick them up from school, they got something that they done opened up and they munching on in your car. They got some little juicy juice that they done snuck from the school, and they got the little red juicy juice that fell on your nice tan carpeting in your car, and then they got this candy wrapping all over the place and the potato chips and this is just a ride home from school. The ride home. And then don't let you have to run out real quick and go pick up somebody, a friend or a relative or something like that. And you get in your car and you look in the back seat and you're like, what the hell? Just clip this out earlier. This is us. Exactly, Cola. Handprints on the window, and now you got carpet stains and all this other stuff. So I don't know who you people are with the perfect house, the perfect vehicles, and all this other stuff, and the kids ain't never messed up. And the man has his own separate car from yours, and it's purposely done this way. He hardly ever rides y'all around in his car. When y'all do family stuff, you are still stuck in the goddamn Scooby-Doo truck. The Scooby van is always going to be what you and the kids ride in. He's not going to hardly ever take you out in his stuff unless y'all going somewhere without them kids, because he don't want them kids messing up his car. Oh, and his car, if y'all got a garage, his car going in the garage. The Scooby-Doo van gonna be sitting outside the garage if y'all got a double garage, because he look at his car as being more important than your car. And the kids can't get no handprints on his car, but they can do all the fuckery they want with your car. Just peep the game, ladies. Just peep the game. It's not fair. It's never, ever, ever the same. And heaven forbid, there's an emergency, and you tell him that he got to go and pick the kids up from school in his car. He gonna come home with a foul attitude. He mad because he done had the experience them getting in the car in his nice luxury sedan that he paid money for, that he don't never have to worry about going to the car wash every day to vacuum and wash. Now they done fucked his shit up, and now he looking at you like, how come you don't teach these kids no better? I know y'all done heard it. What you doing with these kids all day that they doing? They kids. They are goddamn kids, idiot. And if you would spend time with them every day, you would know that this is what they do every freaking day. No matter how much you tell them not to do it, they gonna do it anyway. So men, they don't have a working understanding, I think, of what it means to be a hands-on parent, a hands-on husband, or none of that. They don't understand it like we understand it because they're not experiencing it like we experience it. So therefore, I propose that somebody, anybody, one of these menses, y'all need to suggest a husband school because we need a better class of men to become better husbands and fathers. Women, we have been putting up with the bullshit for a long, long, long ass time. But without further ado, I do want to present a woman's story. And like I said, I presented my own story because I don't want to take away from Mahogany Roots story that she did. If you want to see her, the lady that she highlighted on her channel, you can always go to Mahogany Roots and MJ, and it's her part 2 video about cheating. And you can see the story that she highlighted. But this story that I'm about to excuse me, I'm saying highlighted, is a young woman, and she's a mother of 9. This video that she did, this was about maybe 4 years ago. So at that time, she only had 8 kids. But and she was married. Now she has 9 kids, and she has a boyfriend. I don't know if her and the guy that she's with now is married or not. But during this particular time, this young woman was married, and she found out that her husband was leaving her, and she was 7 months pregnant at the time when this happened. 7 months pregnant when her husband decided to leave her. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, when men, let me stop the music. When men decide that they're tired and that they want to leave, it ain't no stand together for the kids. It ain't no trying to work it out for the marriage, or none of that. When men get fed up and leave, it's fuck you and fuck the kids too, and they're just gone. They will abandon whole families, and it's cutthroat like that with them. So this woman that I'm highlighting here, her name is Strong Mommy Chrissy. And she's real open and candid about telling the story of her life. And she shared a lot of her life online. So this is not for anybody to ridicule her and go to her page and stalk her and be abusive to her, because this woman has certainly experienced enough abuse to last a lifetime from men. And it's evident in the fact that she keeps getting with these low class losers. And it is a symptom of low self-esteem. And I keep telling y'all this. A lot of times these women are having children out of low self-esteem for the wrong reason. And they're getting with these men out of low self-esteem because they don't think that they are enough. So I want you to listen to her story. Listen to the hurt and the heartache that she shares with us. And then I'll come back with my commentary.
What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? It's your girl, and I'm back for another video. It's super early. I can't sleep. I only got a couple hours of sleep, so I thought I'd get up and um, vent to the camera. I've been going through so much. I'm gonna try not to cry, but I'm emotional right now, hormonal, whatever you want to call it. A little bit of both. Um, I have been going through a lot the last couple of days, and it's been really, really hard and difficult for me. But I think I'm just going to speak on it, say my piece on it, and then move the fuck on from it because there's no point in me dragging it out any further, or trying to keep it in. And yeah, I'm just not gonna do that. Um, so hubby is gone again. I this time I don't think he's coming back. Not I don't think. I'm 99% sure because I'm not going to allow him to come back this time. I know people are gonna be like, "What happened?" Whatever. It's just been, it's one of those situations where lack of communication again. Well, I thought we were on track for a little bit, but it's still lack of communication, a lot of excuses, um, just a lot of, and it's not even like arguments because we don't argue usually. Like we don't usually argue. The problem is we just don't talk at all, you know. Or like we'll talk about other things, but like if there's an issue, we won't talk about the issue. So it's been kind of building up, and then I get frustrated because I have a lot going on. But anyway, so basically, long story short, I don't want to get into why exactly, but we just it still is one of those situations where we can't see eye to eye. And I at this point, I just we had a conversation the other day, and I told him I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried everything, but I cannot continue to try to figure it out. Every time I say I need this, you make up, excuses on why. ev- You know, when my mind is not all over the place, I'll get into more in depth on what was the actual issue here. But long story short, lack of communication, miscommunication, just a whole lot of it, problems that just don't seem like they're gonna be resolved. Um, he thinks I'm selfish. I think he's selfish. It's just a whole bunch of back and forth. So the other day, we were having a little text conversation, and I was telling him, why don't you just go back to where you're from, Texas? Why don't you just go back home? Because it seems like you can't get it together here. Like you just so upset with like I don't know, just I don't know. It's so hard to talk about without going into 20, 30, 45 minutes into why we're here. I'll save that for another vlog when I have the patience. But basically, I ended up telling him like, why don't you go back out of anger? I was mad, you know, pissed off. We were in the middle of like a text argument, and I'm like, I'm I'm snappy easily because I'm pregnant, and I'm also pressured. I have a lot of pressure going on with me right now. I'm having some health concerns with this pregnancy. I need to, we're moving. I have all kinds of different things going on, and I just feel like I'm not getting that moral support from him. And so I'm bitching about it. He was just like, okay, bet. But then we had a conversation after that, and he's like, well, I don't want to leave. Of course, I want to be here with the kids, and blah 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 blah. And so another day goes by, and which is yesterday, and I noticed, he's kind of like doing the things that I asked him to do before we move, like take down the pool and move some stuff around. And I'm thinking maybe he's just trying to do the stuff that I've been bitching about to make me happy, so we won't, so whatever. And he waits until like he so now looking back, I realized he was preparing all day to leave, and he didn't say anything. And then at like 10:30 last night, he was like, I'm leaving at 5 a.m. I'm like, you're leaving to go where? Because even though I told his ass, like, why don't you go back to Texas? I didn't think his ass was really gonna go. So I know there's some people be like, girl, you told him to leave. Don't What do you expect? Blah, 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 blah. I know, yeah, but also we're married. So out of anger, I was like, yay, why don't you go back to Texas since you're not.
And I want to stop it right there and give a little bit of my commentary on what she said thus far, because that is very typical. A lot of times when we're angry with each other, we're going to say things to each other that we don't really mean. So her saying, "Oh, why don't you just go back to Texas? You get out of here. You don't want to be here." That's a woman obviously saying something out of anger. She didn't really mean that she wanted her husband to leave and go to Texas. And that's the thing that I really want to talk about with women, and how we like to blame the other woman for the demise of the marriage. A lot of women will probably sit there and blame her because she said that. She said that out of hurt and out of anger. And mind you, there were other things that she stated that was going on in this marriage, like the lack of communication. She said that they didn't really talk. They would just, kind of, go at each other, but they wouldn't really talk about the real problem of what was wrong in the relationship. So that lack of communication, the buildup of that can also cause a person to lash out and say things that they don't mean. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. King and Duck talking about she drove him away and got what she asked for. That is not what she wanted. People say things out of hurt and anger when they're angry. Kind of like if a man gets angry and calls the woman a bitch. Then later on, y'all will tell us, "Oh, I was just angry and upset when I said that." Then you all want us to overlook the fact that y'all called us bitches, right? Because you said something in the heat of the moment. Well, she said in the heat of the moment, "Well, if you're so not happy here, won't you go back to Texas?" She, like she said in the video, she wasn't really expecting her husband to leave her, abandon her and the children, and really go back to Texas. See, we need to put this in perspective for men out there like King Duck, and women out there that uphold the stuff that he's saying. Exactly, Cola 314. He's not a leader. And this is the reason why there needs to be a husband school. Because you all are sitting up here talking about "I want to lead, I want to lead, I want to lead." In this instance, he could have been a leader in this relationship. Women, we are very emotional. So we're going to fly off the handle. We're going to say things we don't even mean. But if he was a true leader, he would have opened up the conversation, which he didn't. If he was a leader would not abandon his wife and children. So once again, since some of y'all are so used to putting things on the woman all the time, don't sit up here and talk about the woman tearing up the household and destroying the family when you got men walking out on their wives and their children, and they're not a leader enough to open up the conversation and find out how they can repair that situation and keep their family intact. A lot of you don't want to keep these families intact. And it's easy to make the woman the scapegoat. And you got these silly ass women running behind these silly ass, weak ass men upholding their weak ass arguments. The pick me's. So if you're a pick me, this right here is a good example of what you're upholding when you're saying that these women don't know how to keep a man. It looks like that man didn't want to be kept to me. That's what it looks like. But I'm going to go back to the video.
Happy, or since you so overwhelmed or whatever, I'm just thinking I'm telling him, like, since we both overwhelmed, why don't you just go back to Texas? And instead of him talking to me, and like, I guess maybe I assumed that if he thought I was super serious, that he would be like, "Hey, do I really need to leave, or are we gonna, whatever." He didn't ask me that. He just kind of made called his mom, and of course, mom's trying to save the day and got a ticket and sat on it all day and didn't even tell me. And he said it when he said I'm about to leave to go to Texas. He said that shit in front of my son, in front of Junebug, and Junebug is 3, and he knows what it means when he says that. When he says he's leaving, like if you say I'm leaving or I'm going to the store, he's like, "Oh, can I go?" And Junebug loves his dad. Okay, and so when he said that, Junebug said, I felt so bad because I'm an adult. Like, give me a chance to process it before you throw that on him. And he just said it right in front of him, like, I'm just about to leave, like, or I'm about to go. And I'm just like, what? Wait a minute. What? You know? And I so I was upset because Junebug was upset. He's like, "Can I come with you? I want to come with you. I want to go. I don't leave, like don't leave without me." Type, or because he loves his dad. In the way he said it wasn't like sit him down and really explain to him in a way that he could kind of understand. He just was like, "I'm about to leave." He told me and Junebug at the same time. Like Junebug was an adult. Like that's what pissed me off. Like you, what? He's 3. You know.
So that's what I'm talking about. Like with men, when they're ready to run, there's no, I let's talk about it. Let's think this through. Let's work through it. No, when they ready to run, they gone. Fuck you, fuck the kids, fuck the marriage. So for all of y'all sitting up here talking about how women ruin marriages and ruin families, men have been ruining marriages and families for, oh my God, centuries. Okay, can we just say centuries? Because y'all have never ever been held accountable. Exactly, Hatch Dragon. The child should be the main focus. The main focus. Cola 314 says, if you leave a woman while she pregnant, toddler, kids, and married, he don't love his kids either. That's selfish. And that's the word of the day is selfish. And you all do need a husband school because you have to learn how to share. You have to learn how not to be selfish. You have to learn how to take other people's feelings into accountability. And children, they have feelings. A lot of men, y'all just think that the women, you could just leave, do what you want to do, cheat, and you leave the woman to pick up those pieces with the children every time. Every time y'all fuck up, we're the ones that are left to pick up the pieces with our children. King and Duck says a wise man once said that men want peace, not abuse and aggro. I don't know what that aggro is, but okay. I don't think that she was the one that was disturbing his peace, though. I don't think that she was the one that was being abusive. Now, I think that they both had a hand in what happened in their relationship, but as the leader of that relationship, he was also very abusive. He was also accountable for his part in what he did. He created that family with her, and he made the vow that he was going to be with her until death do them part. And he quickly went back on those vows to his wife and his children. He sat up there and he decided that, oh, I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to, dust my hands like he just, took a dump in the toilet and now he's flushing his family down. That's how a lot of these men treat leaving their whole families. So, the whole narrative about women putting men out of the house, it's not that women put you all out. We're sitting up here banging our head against the wall, dealing with men that don't want to be there anymore because the going got too tough and you don't want to be the leader. It's not that we're not letting you lead, you don't want to lead. A lot of y'all do not want to lead. And then in you not wanting to lead and you not wanting to be there, you turn around and you scapegoat the woman for your inability to be a leader in that household. You're scapegoating the women for your failures. Now she has her shit that she needs to be accountable for, but hold your own shit. Don't leave and make it seem like it was just her. She wasn't capable of holding on to you. Nigga, you ain't the prize. You are not the prize. Together you are both the prize. But like I said, you guys need to go to husband school and you need to learn a little bit of something about sharing responsibility, being a leader, and working through conflict resolution and problem solving. You all don't have those skills. Cola 314 says, and thinks she's supposed to sit there and say nothing. Exactly. When a person is hurt, they're liable to say anything. And you all know that women are very, very hyper emotional. And she's 7 months pregnant. Now, mind you, in this video, she's sitting there and she's saying she's 7 months pregnant with his baby. So not only is he leaving her and the other 8 children and the 3-year-old, but he's also leaving a pregnant woman. This guy is a real piece of shit. And anybody that can't just pick up on that, I'm sorry, but you might be a piece of shit too. If you can't pick up on the fact that this guy is a piece of shit, that he can look his 7-month pregnant wife in the face and his children and say, I'm leaving all y'all to figure it out on your own. He's a piece of shit. But let me go ahead and play the rest of the video.
I was caught off guard. My heart is breaking for that little boy. Because as a kid, to hear that your parent is leaving like that, it's like I'm leaving, and then it's just gone. Poof! What kind of motherfucker? Anyway, so we sit down and we have a conversation and we're talking. We both cry a little. I cry, he cry. We both cry. And at the end of it, I'm like, I don't, at the end of it, I'm just like, I can't. I feel like I have to be selfish. I have 8 kids to take care of. And I want to let you in and help me, and yes, I want, at the end of the day, I put them first. Sometimes I put them so much first to where that's all I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about you. I'm not thinking about me. I'm thinking about them. And that's to my own fault. But anyway, like I said, we'll get into everything why another video. But after talking for like 2 hours, at the end of it, we just kind of at the end of the day, I was just like, you know what, we can sit here and talk all day. We're going to be talking in circles. At the end of the day, are you still leaving? And he's like, yeah, I need to go get I need to get my mind right and things like that. I'm at a breaking point. He's had some deaths in his family and people who are close to him over the last couple of months. And it seems like it's been one right after another. So I understand he is stressed and he's got some things going on. But my thing is, you are not allowed to stop living because somebody dies. I'm not saying don't grieve. I'm not saying don't mourn. I'm not saying don't feel. I'm just saying you can't stop living your life. You're as good as dead if you do that. You can't just mope around and not contribute. to the house. You can't just not decide you don't want to help clean or you don't want to do because you're depressed. You can't fall into a depression. You're a father. You are people. You have people that support that depend on you. So he just didn't get that. He's like, mentally, I guess he's just not strong or whatever right now. And I'm just like, you know, I think it's such bullshit that men get to cop the fuck out whenever the fuck they want to.
Yes, it is bullshit that men get to cop the fuck out whenever they fucking want to. And look at this comment down here. See, King Doug, you see, you starting to trigger me now. Look, look, okay, King Duck says, just watch your tone and your delivery, and you wouldn't be in this position. Too many women feel like they can talk to men any way they want. Being upset or emotional is not an excuse. You know what? See, King Duck, this is what I'm talking about right here. She just got through saying that she does not feel as if men should be able to cop the fuck out whenever they want. Like this motherfucker packed his shit. It's not like he left a girlfriend or just somebody he fucking around with. He left a wife. WIFE, married to this woman. And he left kids with a plural S. And not only did he just leave his wife, he left a pregnant wife. I just don't understand how you sensitive little fuck boys sitting up here talking about a tone and a delivery, but y'all don't watch y'all tone and y'all delivery with nobody. Y'all sit up here and y'all talk to these women any old kind of way, call them bitches. When you get mad, soon as you get mad at a woman, the first thing that come out of your mouth, bitch. But where you at watching your tone and your delivery though? How come you don't watch your tone and your delivery when you calling the mother of your children a bitch? But you always want somebody to watch their tone and their delivery with you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ain't nobody got to watch no goddamn tone or delivery with somebody that don't respect them. If you don't respect me, you're going to get all the motherfucking smoke. You weak ass nigga. But anyway, let me continue.
And let me just say this, because I know there's going to be clout chasers and trolls and whoever else on here who constantly wait for me to post things like this because they praying on my downfall, praying on me to do this. Y'all been wanting to get rid of hubby since he was in the picture. So, I mean, and I know there's going to be people who's going to be so happy that this is happening so they can have a storyline to go off of or whatever, something to talk about. But at the end of the day, I don't give a shit what nobody has to say. This is my life. Give a fuck what nobody has to say. Y'all can all kiss my ass. But anyway, back to the story. So at the end of the day, I'm just like, are you gonna leave? And he was like, yeah. And I was hurt by that because, I feel like he doesn't. He said his mom was concerned about his health. His mom says she's concerned about his health. So I guess he's got to go home and recoup. What type of bitch ass nigga? I'm sorry, like, I'm hurt right now, but what type of bitch ass nigga leaves his wife 7 months pregnant? I don't care what you're going through. Sometimes you gotta learn, and I don't think he's even got to this point in his life where you have to learn how to be selfless. Yeah, you're hurting, you have things going on, and you're stressed to the max, and you have, things like that. Sometimes you gotta learn how to put yourself to the side to get everybody else straight, and then work on you, because that's what I gotta do. I gotta put me to the side. I gotta put me to the side, and I gotta make sure this house is straight, these bills is paid, the kids are straight, they have what they need, they good all mentally and emotionally and physically and everything else. And then If there's any time or strength left, I put it into me. I don't put me first. I put them first. Hell, I even make sure he's cool first. Like, you know, and even though I put the kids first, I still give a shit about how he's feeling and what's going on. But my
Fuck
energy
that
goes into the
nigga.
kids.
Fuck that nigga. See, this is what I'm talking about. We put our as goodness, as women, my babies, my sisters, we always putting ourselves last. Why? Why do we do this to ourselves? Why do we always put ourselves last? If you don't have nothing built up within yourself, you're not going to have anything to give to a man, to a child, nobody. And I just want my sisters to understand it's not okay to accept abuse. It is not okay for you to be last in every situation. And damn sure not okay for you to be putting a motherfucker first over yourself. Now, I can understand the kids, but that nigga, if he's sitting up there watching you take on all the responsibility in the family and he don't have no empathy and no sympathy for you, fuck him. Fuck that selfish ass bitch ass nigga because he don't give a fuck about you. If he see you in there doing homework with the kids and he don't get up and put some food on the stove while you're doing that, fuck him. If he see you in the kitchen and you're cooking and he don't get up and make sure that the kids are getting ready and to wind down to eat and go to bed, fuck him. It's a team effort. But if he sits up there and he watches you do everything, and then you have to turn around and have the strength to also pour into him after you done given everything, fuck that nigga. And these are signs where you gotta look and see where you're not being spiritually, emotionally fed, where there is no reciprocation. These are signs where you got to say this nigga don't give a shit. He don't. He's sitting there watching you kill yourself. This is the reason why married women do not outlive single women. This woman right here she's the single solitary example of you pouring and pouring of yourself into others and nobody is pouring back into you. Now the kids, they're not going to be able to pour into you. You have to pour into them. That's different. But if that nigga sit up there and see you doing everything and he's not lifting a finger, he's sitting up there entitled like you're supposed to be this workhorse for everybody, including him, fuck him. Let's see what you guys are saying down in the comments. And also the panel is open. I dropped the link. Any and all opinions are welcome. I promise that I will, keep my emotions in check. This is just emotional for me because, I just see so many women suffering and struggling with this all the time on a daily. And not only do we get flack from the men, but what really is hurtful to me is the other women that'll sit up here and demonize this woman because her family broke down and it had nothing, she had no control over it. That motherfucker like she said, he gets a chance to punch the fuck out. He gets to bail out and leave her holding everything. And that's not right. And I don't think that we as women should be coming down hard on other women if that happens to them. That woman is going through something. Oh, goodness. Oh, there's a lot of y'all came in here and come in. Let me see. Just a regular guy. Let's see what he says. He says, a man actually married strong mommy Chrissy. She should have known he wasn't serious and would run. What man would invest and a woman with 7 kids with 6 different men. Well, just a regular guy. A man would invest in a good woman. Now, obviously, somebody saw some good in her. She obviously has certain attributes that attracted that man to want to be with her. Now, it's sad though that this man got with her, took everything that she had to give, and then ran and left after he got her pregnant twice. Topaz presents Neo-Nubian nuances is in the house, and she says, because we already know why, Faith. They want to be able to do or not do whenever, and we're supposed to be happy about it. Shaking my head. Exactly. That they can do or they cannot do, and nobody will ever judge that nigga for that shit. That nigga can start a whole family, make children, and then he can pick up and run, and nobody will stand there and hold his ass accountable. Instead, they will jump over this nigga and they will go straight to the woman and ask her, what the hell did she do wrong? How come you didn't satisfy that man enough to make him want to stay? Cassandra says that the mom is an enabler. Exactly. The mom should have told her punk ass son, hey, you created that family, you made that family, and you gonna stay your fuck over there and deal with your wife and your kids. She should not have given him an out like that. I'm sorry. That's a grown ass man. Let's see here. Where was I? Did I get everybody? Okay, Hatch Dragon says at King Duck, you have to find a better way to communicate. You make some good points. Just keep in mind this is not your channel. Peace and respect to you. Exactly. Respect the host, respect the channel. So I think I got everybody. King Doug, I don't mind opposing point of views. I really don't. But it's just, I'm just tired of seeing so many people. Knee-jerk reaction is to kick the woman while she's down. It's just like re-victimizing the victim all over again. And I do see these women as being victims. I do. The multiple children by multiple men, that is a symptom of a bigger issue. And nobody cares enough about these women to say, hey, sis, there's an issue here. And to lovingly give her that feedback that she needs to hear, and to tell her that she is valuable. See, what you guys want to do is y'all want to kick people and y'all want to continue to abuse people. You want to tell this woman that she's trash and she's not worth anything, and that's a lie. She's worth something to those kids, and she was worth something to that man that married her, that saw that there was something valuable in her. But you all don't want to do that because there's a lot of trash people in this world. There's a lot of people in this world that are hurt, and the only thing that they know is to hurt. Hurt people hurt other people. You do not know how to heal. You don't know how to change the problems that we're having in this community with young women like her. You don't know how to. You're not built to. The only thing you're built to do is destroy, to continue to destroy this woman's self-esteem. And then she will continue to create children that will have the same type of self-esteem that she has. You're not part of the solution. So if you're not part of the solution, then you need to sit down and shut the fuck up. Seriously. Thank you, Hatch Dragon. He says, Faith Factor, you do make good points. King Duck says, regardless of what she says, I doubt this is the first time she was out of pocket. The person you see in the video is her representative. I am sure that man has another side to the story. There's always two sides to the story. We heard Derek Jackson's story the other day. I did a reaction to his interview on Dear Future Wifey podcast. And after comparing stories, guess what? The nigga is still guilty. He's a liar, he's a cheater, he's a womanizer, and on top of that, he's a master manipulator. None of those things changed once I heard his side of the story. Topaz presents a new Neo-Nubian's nuances, says he was out of pocket first. He wasn't being a team player. Exactly. So now what I'm hearing from a lot of you in the audience is that if a woman has a past and you go in there knowing her past because you see her children and you know that she has multiple baby fathers, and you went in there anyway and you put a ring on her finger and you married her. Now the minute that you get frustrated, upset, and want to leave, you could use her past as an excuse now to abandon the family that you started with her. That's bullshit. If you went in with both eyes open and you sat there and you created that family with her, then God damn it, you are responsible. It don't matter nothing about the past, because when you accepted it, that means that it was perfectly fine. And see, I want in 2023, when men try to sit up here and trash these women like this, and they laid down with the woman, they had kids with the woman, they married the woman. Nah, nigga, you saw that shit. You knew that shit before we knew that shit. So if it was fine with you back then, don't try to use it as an excuse now to bash on this woman, because it was perfectly cool with you when you sat up there and saw her with all those kids and all those baby daddies, and you became baby daddy number 7. Now you sit up here and you criticize women when we do it, like everybody criticized Cynthia G for having that baby with Robert Perkins. They said, oh, she became baby mama number 8. No, hold that L. Keep that same motherfucking energy for your homeboy that sat down and became baby daddy number 7. But let me go ahead and continue. Oh, I'm sorry, Chaos. I didn't see you back there. What's up, Chaos? Are you there, Chaos?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm
Cameron?
sorry. I didn't see you in the back. What?
You were in that emotional thing, like a lot of women. They said, "Oh, I could feel this pain." But
So what did you want to say, Chaos?
Let me think. It's interesting. I married Mary, and I was part of, and there was conversations about this. I think last year, probably around this year, about there should be a husband school, which everybody should have a school just to have an understanding what to do if you're going to be a wife or a husband now, because that's a normal skill set that usually if your parents have been married for more than 20 years, you're not going to really understand. So you might have to go to a special school. And the problem with usually certain schools like high school, they usually teach you the basics, of, I don't know if it's home ec or just basic things to understand if you're going to be a person, a parent, or yourself. These are basic skills you knock out of the way, like the cooking, the cleaning, even with dudes, like certain things like using your hands. All that was gone in the institutions. And I think that's been taken away from now, maybe almost 35, maybe longer. But the point is this: now that with no fault divorce, there were a lot of things going around in this community before we were integrated. And one thing is clear that it was easy if you're married as a couple, like actually married legally, that a person could just walk off, start a new life, and that be it. No one really criticized at the time, because that's not the conversation. Most people are going to be honest. Some people say, well, how many? I said, it doesn't really matter how many. It made it possible. Now with the no fault divorce, and if you actually legally married, because she says she's legally married from the video you're showing, that's going to be very challenging just to walk off, unfortunately. Now, if she has more than 4 kids with this man, and she said she has 7, now 8 on the way, the next baby, so that's 8 now, right? from watching?
Well, no. She just had a baby not too long ago. This video was 4 years ago when she was pregnant, and she just had another baby this year. So now
How
she
many?
has nine
So
kids.
how many children she had before the man walked off? Like with him?
Before he walked off, she had, I believe, 7.
All right, with the first husband. Okay, so she probably
Yeah.
moved on and is in a relationship. I don't know if she's married, but she's in a relationship and move on with life. Okay, now see, people, we're not being honest here. That today, man, if he wants to try it, now I'm not sure his economic background. I doubt he's doing pretty well because you can have 7 kids, one married woman. I know you're not doing well financially like that. Personally, I'm just keep real. So obviously, him walking off, and she could probably get some out of it, depending on married, but not really much, depending how it works nowadays. Because if he's able to walk off and start life, that tells you that he probably has maybe one or another woman on the side that probably he has another life already. Who knows? So really, to him, the money is not really the issue because he feels that he's not going to be able to pay for it. And that's something you can uphold with this law system with no fault divorce. There is some punishment. That's why you don't see a lot of dudes, if they do marry, they're not going to just go and jump out of it just like that. Now, back then, yes, you could jump out of it because if you remember Fate and Mahogany, if y'all go back history, usually someone is in a relationship and it doesn't work well, they disappear and they start a whole new life. And eventually when the person dies, they have to all come together to find what they can get out of the person and find all the little secrets. You get me? Today, can't do that. You could try it, and most men know they can't try it. Even the ones that's complain about the most, that's even was married or think of not getting married, can't do it now. So I feel for the woman that this happened, and I think she moved on. Like most of us, when these things happen, we had to move on with life. But this is very rare and common that a dude is going to say, "I'm just going to fuck it, fuck this shit, I'm out." Very rare, especially if it's a black man, which I think she is dealing with a black man because I'm not sure, we don't know the race of the man. Hopefully, and I'm hoping it might be, if it's somebody non-black, now you're going to be having trouble. Because if it's non-black, even worse, that they don't talk about it. I'll yield the floor.
All right. Well, thank you, Chaos. I appreciate your perspective. And you're right. We do need a school for both, husband school and wife school. It has to be something that teaches, just the basics and also things that, we need to learn in order to keep the marriages going. And I don't think that men know what it means to be sharing of the responsibilities. I really think that men think that it's all the responsibility of raising the children, all the responsibility of being a caregiver, that is on the woman. And that is something that men really, really need to be taught because they're not taught that like girls are taught that from a small age. But I do see that Mahogany Roots is on the panel, and this stream was inspired by your stream, by the way, sis. I love you had a fire stream earlier today.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I love it. I saw your comments and I read every last one. And I like it when you guys are interactive like that and you're giving me your feedback. I got a few things I want to say. First of all, peace to everybody in the chat. Welcome and family, everybody. I'm on a different screen, so I can't really see you. Oh, girl, I didn't sweat off the makeup. Now I've been out walking my dog, honey. I didn't sweat off all the makeup. But I got a few things I want to tell you, Faith. And peace to you too, Chaos. So that's strong Mama Chrissy. I remember her from years ago. And just so you know, Chaos, her husband was black. This is why I chose a woman. At the end of the day, we're constantly talking about balance, about the importance of good behavior from men and women. But sometimes I like to hold men's feet to the fire. And that's what Faith is doing right now. We're not talking about women going to school. We know that. We know it's called premarital counseling, and I suggest it for absolutely everybody. But right now we are talking about men believing that they don't have to be nurturers. Men, that's what her subject is, Chaos. So we just want to stay focused on that. The reason I did Lady Bling, because I thought about this. Because I know how this space is. This space is very, very hard on single mothers. And I chose Lady Bling for several reasons. But one of the main reasons I chose her, because she is a mother, but her and her husband don't have no kids together. To me, that's neither here or there. She is his wife, and she deserves a certain level of respect, and that was my point. And her walking up in the house finding her husband with somebody else, after she'd been by his bedside, honey, night and day in and day out, there's no excuse for that. It's just wrong. So I know we like to, and I understand the space we're in. We have to constantly keep the balance. But we got to hold men's feet to the fire too. I think often Faith is holding men's feet to the fire. I do it often. Sometimes women's feet to the fire. Sometimes we have to hold men's feet to the fire. So, and I saw a man in the chat, was his name, trolling you, Faith. Good for holding your composure. I told you, sister, I wish I had that kind of strength and patience.
Girl, well, I almost went off into my feelings of Mahogany. I almost did it.
But I'm glad you didn't. I respect you, and I learned a lot from you. And that's one of the things I'm hoping to learn from you, is how to keep my cool, because I have no chill at times, honey. But yeah, we're trying. Listen, Chaos. The fact is, yes, both of us need schooling, but sometimes, like I was listening while I was walking the dog, and people were making excuses about, oh, she told him to go away. I don't give a damn what she told him. At the end of the day, he took a vow before God. Yes, let's take it there. He took a vow before God. And when you take a vow, you stand by it. If you mean it, you stand by it. I've said lots of stuff to my significant other. I've said lots of stuff that I didn't mean. He said stuff to me. But at the end of the day, if I made a commitment to that person, I need to stand by it. Be a person of character and stand by your commitments. It's not a free ride. It's not an excuse to go do what you want to do. The Most High won't accept that. But I'm going to go off the big screen. My room is... But I'll be listening. Cool live. Were you opening it up for the panel? Or was it just for King and Duck, who was trolling you?
No, man, this is
No,
open stream because everybody have their opinion on this. And this could stir some conversation. I'm not sure if I'm going to follow this conversation on my channel, possibly. I'll think about it. Most likely, but this is a conversation that, just to see where it will go,
Oh,
but but everybody should come up. I mean, there's a lot of ladies in the chat room.
Wait a minute, King Doug.
There's
this
top
is
stories.
a dangerous message. What?
For King Duck, if you do not want to have the conversation here, find my channel and hit me on the comment section. I'll look into following this conversation if you feel uncomfortable. But let's be honest, as men and women, this is not a problem having this conversation. We should air out the grievances, especially things like this, what she is experiencing, and we can have the conversation unless we have to be honest here. In regards to vows, go ahead.
Can I say this? So, King Dick, if you're not trolling, prove it and hit the link. That's all you have to do, because trolls stay in the chat room. So if you're not trolling, hit the link and have a conversation with the lady and the gentleman. That's all you have to do. I'm going to get off here, Chaos. I love you, babe. I'm going to be listening to you, Faith. I'm going to be listening. I got still some work to do back here. Okay. But
Okay.
good.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Mahogany. Like I said, you truly did inspire this. I mean, I have a lot to learn myself as far as being patient and not being so judgmental. And like I said, I have been working on that. And I just really want to see women, especially as far as like how we interact with each other on these topics. I have seen so many women, side with men like King Duck, that says, oh, she said she wanted him to leave and go back to Texas. She ruined her own marriage. She got what she asked for, and it's ridiculous. Like, we do not understand hurt, pain anymore. We don't have any sympathy or empathy anymore towards each other. That's something that I want to see change.
And I just want to say this to Faith before, and I want you to know, everybody knows we're friends, we talk, but I got some new my information has changed. So I'm gonna make sure I reach out to you so you can have my new updated information. But like I said, I've been through this before. I've been cheated on before. So I understand the feelings. I know what it is to have that kind of pain. And I don't know why men seem to think that it's different when we're going through it versus when they're going through it. It is not different. Women, somehow we're just stronger and we're able to bounce back a lot quicker. A lot of men, when they go through this type of thing, they hold it forever against every woman they date. Women,
Yes.
yeah, we are, I don't care what nobody say, women are very strong, but in a different way. We're able to bounce back and get our lives back on track. See, I refuse, Mahogany Roots refuse to give my life over to somebody. And if I had let all that pain and hurt and bitterness take over my life, honey, I wouldn't have done a lot of the things that I did. I was able to accomplish these things with a couple things, and that was my faith in God and my belief in myself. I knew what kind of woman I was. I knew what I deserved, and I knew what I didn't deserve. So at the end of the day, it didn't matter what he had to say. I know me. And I knew that I was a good woman to that man, and nothing that I did deserved it. So I was able to, move on and move past it and beyond it. And I was determined. When I say hand your life over, let me explain this to you. When you give somebody power over you, to where you become a bitter person, and all of a sudden, because this has happened to you the way men tend to do, you put everybody else through hell. Don't do that. That's not living your life. That's giving your life to them, because you know what? They're going to move on to the next person, and you are not going to be able to hold on to your new relationship because of something in the past that happened to you. So I refuse, when it happened to me, I refuse to give that MFer my life. I refuse to let him have that victory. I wanted love in my life, and I wanted, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to be a good woman to somebody who deserved it. He just didn't deserve it. Period. I'm a listening, sweetie.
All right. I appreciate you, Mahogany. Thank you for coming up. And as always, you're always, always welcome.
You're welcome. I might come back if I get some time. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and continue to play more of her story, because I think it's important for you guys to really listen and to understand where this young lady is coming from. Strong Mommy Chrissy has been on YouTube for many, many years. And I really respect her because she was very open and honest about her status as being a single mom, the fact that she has multiple children by multiple men. She talked about her the psychology of herself, and what she was going through, the pain that she was going through with different men, and having that mentality of doing what she did. And so I'm not going to demonize her forever for this. But what I do want to say, and what I do want to highlight, is that this is a very good woman. I see that she's a good mom. I see that she has a very, very good heart. She's a good person, and I would not throw a whole human being away. And let me just make this clear. I would not throw away a whole human being because they made mistakes. I wouldn't. Now, does that mean that I think that men should marry her, or if they don't want to be bothered with a single mother and children? No. But I don't think that she deserves to be bashed and trodden upon as a human being and as an individual because of her mistakes. She owns up for her mistakes. And on top of that, she's very, very candid and open in sharing her life. And I don't think people that do this get enough credit. It's very difficult to come on here and share such how can I say very, very intricate parts of your life that might even be embarrassing, that people would probably drag you for. She's a very, very strong woman, and I respect her. So let me go ahead and continue.
Kids into surviving, because even though people on here try to make me seem like I'm a welfare queen and I'm living off of Section 8 and all this other stuff, bitch, I kind of work hard for every motherfucking thing I have. Ain't nobody giving me no vouchers. Ain't nobody giving me no check. So my hustle is a little bit more strong than maybe somebody who has a little bit more handouts. I chose to leave that lifestyle behind. I had a voucher for Section 8. I chose to leave it behind. because I want to better myself. I want to have more, and I don't want the system to decide or define how far, how much I get, what I get, and all that other stuff. But I did a video on that. But that stress of having to actually do it on your own is the stress that I live every day. So I put me aside. I put my feelings aside. Yeah, I'm nervous about having a C-section. Is it the end of the world? No. Will I get through it? Absolutely. Am I, nervous about this cholestasis, this liver condition that could affect the baby? Hell yes. Am I worried about different things with my pregnancy, my swelling, my itching, my this, my that? Of course. But I put me to the side because these babies come first. There's priorities. And I feel like he doesn't he will only go so far. But he will only go so far in pushing him to the side before he's like, it's about me. We both, it's one of those situations where we both feel the same way about each other. I feel that he's selfish and that he feels like it's all about him. He feels that I'm selfish and I feel like it's all about me. Like we don't care enough about each other, what's going on in each other's lives. That's where I feel like we that's what we got to last night. And I just told him, like, I apologize for making you feel any type of way, but grow up. I'm not in the business of kissing boo-boos. I just feel like nobody's out here giving me awards for doing shit I'm supposed to do. Nobody's over here giving me motivation. Like, go ahead, good job, Chrissy. Go ahead and do you, Chrissy.
And good for her. I say good for her. Now, see, I see the growth in strong mommy Chrissy. She said, I like what she said right there. I am not in the business of kissing boo-boos. And as far as you apologizing to him, fuck that nigga. Seriously. He left you while you were 7 months pregnant with your babies, and he didn't give a damn. Fuck him. Fuck him, fuck his feelings. At this point, you know what I'm saying? Just, have your baby, move on, put him on child support. Yes, I said it. Put him on child support because those are his kids. Go ahead, do that, and just move on and move on with better self-esteem. I see a lot of growth in her. I'm proud of her, because a lot of times we'll sit up here and we will kiss the boo-boos for these guys when they sit up there saying, oh, I couldn't take it, and it was just this, that, and the other going on. No, like she said, we as women, we don't get praised for doing regular shit that we supposed to do. We don't get praised for leaving our job, running up to the school every time the school call. We don't get praises for that. We don't get praises for taking care of our sick kids, for cleaning, cooking, helping the kids with the homework. We don't get praised for none of that. But if a man does even one of those things one time, he'll get praised forever as if he did it all the time. And that's not right. It really isn't. But I'll continue.
See, go ahead. You paid that card note. Okay, you didn't. Nobody's doing that for me. So I'm not about to do that for anybody else. And then I was upset, and we talked for like 2 hours. Like I said, at the end of it, we didn't really come to any solution. He would just like not go, and see that, or whatever. But I told him, I said, I'm a big girl. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be okay. At the end of the day, I'm gonna cry my tears. I'm gonna be upset, but I'm gonna be okay. I'm strong. I cry tears for my babies. The ones who don't deserve this, the ones who don't deserve this, that's who I cry for. Because I'm an adult. And as an adult, I understand that sometimes you just can't fix people. I can't fix that nigga. I can't fix him. There's some things going on with him that I can't fix. Maybe he needs to go back home and his mama can fix him. I can't fix him. And I've tried to be motivational. I've tried to be motivational and uplift him and to encourage him to be strong and to have the same mentality that I have. But you can't put that into somebody. He's got to want that for himself, and he just don't. So anyway, he said he's gonna go, and I told him, I'm like, what's your plan? Like, what exactly do you think is gonna happen here? And he's like, well, I'm gonna leave and hopefully get back in time for the baby's birth.
Hopefully, like you really not planning to be there for your child's birth. Hopefully. Oh, anyway, Chaos, do you have anything that you wanted to add?
Not right now. I'm just listening a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna continue then.
I laughed in that nigga's face. I laughed and cried at the same time because I was hurt and amused at the fact that he thought that I would allow him to walk out of my fucking life and then walk right back in at a time that's convenient for him. Let's not forget, I just did that shit a couple months ago. He left for a week, was supposed to be gone for a week. Bullshit after bullshit after bullshit excuse, and after fighting over the phone and stuff like that, that turned into 3 months. At that point, even though I went back and forth with him and myself.
Wait. He did this before? He left, was supposed to take a breather for a week and stayed gone for 3 months? And but there's still gonna be some of y'all down there in the chat room trying to blame her for his actions. You're gonna try to say it's her, but this nigga is 1 foot in, 1 foot out. That don't sound like no leader material to me. But let's continue.
About letting him come back, I did, because I said, you know what, we had a misunderstanding while he was gone, you know, blah 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 blah. It didn't turn out like he wasn't supposed to be gone like that. He didn't leave to be leaving. He left for this reason, and then we, you know, kind of just turned into some others. I made excuses for it and not let him come back because I needed the help with the kids, you know, and I didn't want to just leave it, cut it off there. And now, that's why, learn from me, y'all. This is why you don't let them do that shit in the first place to you. I should have never let his ass come back in the first place. Because honestly, it was a waste of everybody's time. My time, the kids' time, you know what I mean? His time, but who cares about his time? You know, it was a waste of everybody's time. Got everybody's hopes up just to walk the fuck back out again. And I you know, I thought to myself, he was like, well, you asked me to leave. I'm just doing what you asked me to do. Don't cop out. Don't cop out. If you want to leave because you tired and you don't want to be here anymore, say I'm tired and I don't want to be here anymore. Don't say, well, in the heat of an argument, you told me I should go back, so I'm just following your instructions. I also told you to do a lot of other things that you don't ever listen to. Not once. But the one thing that I say out of anger, you want to try to use that against me and say, this is why I'm leaving. No.
Yeah, sis, he been looking for an excuse to run. Okay. He wanted to run a long time ago. He did not really want any type of responsibilities. I'm wondering if, you know, he even was expecting you to get pregnant. You know, it just seems like he just didn't want to be there, period. But Chaos, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Nope. Keep going, keep playing. I'm listening. I'm still listening.
Okay. Let me know if you want me to stop or anything like that.
You're leaving because you want to leave. Own up. Grow up. Be a man. Say you want to go. Don't play with me. Don't blame it on me. I'm not making you leave. I didn't open up the door and say you have to go right now. I just said, why don't you just go? Because I'm one of those people, I'm really strong-willed, and I'm one of those people that I'm exit stage left if I think things are not going right. It's something I'm working on. As soon as I get the hint that things aren't going right, I'm like, we could be done right now. I know that's my husband. I know I need to not think that way. I'm God's not done with me yet. I'm not sitting up here trying to act like I'm perfect, and I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I have all the answers. But that's how I am. If I feel like things aren't going right, I'm like, I'm dead. We don't have to do this because I don't I'm that's my defense mechanism for preventing me from wasting my time in my mind or getting my heart broke. So of course, when I get upset or get angry, I'm like, you could just go back to Texas because I know that's where he's gonna go if he were to leave me. Anyway, I told him, if you leave, when you leave out that door this time, you cannot come back. And this ain't even like, I know I can do this shit without him. I don't need him to pay my bills. I don't need him, I need him because he's my husband and he's supposed to be my other half. He's supposed to be here to help me financially and physically with these kids and everything else and with this pregnancy. But I have no respect for him. At the end of the day, I texted him before he left. I said, you are the reason why you're leaving. Don't ever forget that. You're the reason why you're leaving. You made a choice to leave. You and your mom sat and conspired for you to leave. And that's exactly what you're doing. Go marry your mama. I'm like, at the end of the day, I can't respect a man.
I don't know. I'm just getting the feeling that this guy and his mama was looking down on her. I'm starting to get the feeling that the mama never wanted him to be with her.
Can I add some?
Sure.
This is if you remember, and I probably will cover the Derrick Jackson thing. This is the same scenario with I don't want to, but we had to go there. The same with Danae and her mother with Derrick. Like I've problem with a lot of, with the mother's attachment to the point where you're adults and you're married. That there should be a point where if you're married, that you and your wife are gonna have to start slowly figure out. You take advice when needed, but it has to be a point of how much you want involvement of your own parents in your marriage affairs. Either if your parents were married or not, should be the question. How long? What involvement people should hear that input that your own mother or your father should be involved in your own marriage affairs should be the question I should ask people in chat. I think it's a problem.
I think it's a problem too, Chaos. I think parents should most definitely be there for advisory.
Yes,
but they should not be there for coddling or enabling you to shirk your responsibility. Like they definitely shouldn't be there for that. Like that his mother should not have given him an escape route to her house to abandon his pregnant wife and family.
But there should not be an escape route, period, if you're married. I don't care what the scenario is. I think with if your parents are still married, or like I said, it's the mother, the son and the mother, mostly in this conversation, that there should be no escape route. If you are married, a man or you woman, you're married, you have to really eventually you take the advice needed, but at the end of the day, you gotta figure it out, because you can't figure out while y'all in an actual union legally. It lets me want to say, how strong was your relationship from the start? Because the marriage is just the giver, that now you have to be responsible because it's a contractual agreement. It's not like if you're a boyfriend and girlfriend where if it gets too hot, what do? Just cut ties. You can't do it in a marriage. There's a lot of things put in place. It's a much bigger responsibility. And if you're constantly taking advice from, let's see, their father or mother or, whoever is married or single from the other side, and for every little situation, it's a problem. And as you can see, Faith, from watching this, and I've even watched from the other thing you covered, I think that's the bigger problem. As adults, once you as a man and woman decide to get married, you go through the counseling, all the rigmaroles. The real battle start is when you're actually in an actual contract of marriage, and you're not really till you survive 10 years. Most marriages today in America don't even get past 10 years now. The minimum is 8, and even goes lower amongst our community under 5, and I can say probably under 3 or 2. So one thing that if people have not really learned from this, and I'm starting to pay attention closely to this, that if you're married, your own parents should be involved. Wait, I got echo.
Oh, that's Mahogany. I think she got YouTube playing in the background.
They should be less involved in your affairs, personally. And this is what I'm noticing now. Because when they start guide you and like dictate every action, you are no longer in control. Period. You have to figure out, be in control. Yes, I'll take your advice here and there, but then I'm the last word, and I have to really figure out. Because if I sit to go for every little situation, even the point to say what I should do and making decisions by what my mother tell me and my father, for every little thing, that means I am not in control. That's what one thing I'm sorry, and I'm noticing this too, Faith. And that's one thing. Now that you brought this video brings more deeper conversation. This brings more further context, and we're not beating on the mother, but it's something that we want to follow here. That you're married, you and him are married. Yes, you take some advice here, but you gotta figure out there should not be no serious scapegoat or any plot to figure out how to make things work. No. If y'all been together for a certain period of time and even go as far as to put a ring on it and go through the legal side, document side of marriage, you and her gotta figure someone out. Because it seems to me this is a whole mess right now. Listen, this guy gone for a few months, then come back, and now he gone permanently.
Yeah, and he's talking about coming back when she get ready to have the baby. Like he just wants to be there when it's convenient.
It's like this. There's no, and I have no problem with parents guiding their children once they're married, but it comes to a point as an adult, your parents are going to be on this earth for so long, and you as an adult, you do what's necessary. You get me? If you can't get through that part between you and her, and you always got to keep going to your parents for every little situation, either they're married or single, and most, as you look at our community, a good portion, we have one mother. Sometimes she's married, sometimes she's not married or whatever. And you're going for escapism for every little thing. I don't know, man. It sounds, it's a problematic thing. I mean, I think it should be dissolved right off the start, personally. But now let me
ask you a question real quick, Chaos. Then I'm gonna move to Mela. Then I'm gonna move over to Mahogany. But do you think that the fact that she had 6 kids before he got with her, does that have any merit on how he treated her after he married her and got her pregnant twice?
I mean, my biggest issue, because there's a lot of holes into this. That's why when I listen to these conversations, I like to hear everything in full context. And mind you, we won't get it from her side, mind you. We can't get from the other side to get a full picture here. But we'll take every word for now, right? Then let's say she has 1 or 2 kids before they got married. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but at least he decided to marry. Now, once you and him are tying on, now you got to deal with the duty part. And that's where the challenge comes to play. And if one doesn't know what they're doing, to the other might be knowing what they're doing, or it's the reverse, it's going to be problematic. Even to the point where, if the more kids you have, it's going to be more of a burden between both of y'all, because now you got to prioritize what y'all do in your time when you have more than 1 kid around. Besides financially, you got to put in a lot of energy, a lot of things. And as you can tell, she was very overboard because she has more than 2 kids. So obviously you're going to be overboard, especially depending what his finance look like, where y'all live, how y'all setting schedules, how y'all going to do things. I mean, it don't seem like a lot of things were clear right off the start going into this relationship, even going as far as marriage, how things going to really work out in the long run. You get me? And as you can tell, it is proven evident that she's overburdened. This dude clearly, I'm not sure what he does. He probably has maybe drug issues. Who knows what's wrong with his side? And he's not really taking life a little more seriously, to the point where if things get too tough, do you have any dudes that you could sit there have conversations that could guide you through this instead of your mother. I'm not saying mother's bad, but you you need to be around certain men. You get, especially his position, and I don't think he has that personally. I think he's just like regular. Some of these niggas out here, is living life, and life is too short. But the problem is, you have family now, so you're gonna have to take things a little bit more seriously now. Especially if you have one woman and you have these many kids from one woman. Allegedly, he could probably have maybe 1 or 2 more children. I don't know, but
Right.
if you're not
For all we
at that
know, he could have multiple baby mamas himself. We don't
and
even
be honest,
know.
and be honest, when a man has more than 4 kids, let's say has 5 by one person, and we start to see things go a different direction. It makes more sense. Bro, I hope you don't have more kids, because you already got more than 2 kids by this one woman alone. If you have more outside babies and you bouncing from your mother, and let's say he might go to another woman's house, you get me? And she might not know, you get me? So really true, it's like you just sling cock and just busting in everything that moves from what I'm getting. I could be wrong. And like I said, for men that really, I mean, let me stop.
Well, thank you, Chaos. I appreciate you answering that question. And you're absolutely right. He probably was not surrounded by men that taught him how to be a good man, a good husband, and a good father. And that is the problem. And that's the reason why I say we need a husband school more than we need a wife school. But let me go ahead and move on to Miss Mella, who has been waiting very patiently. What's going on, Mella?
Hi, Faith and everybody. Much love. I like your title very much. It's significant. As far as the video of this woman, I hadn't realized she has 8 children. Yeah, that's that. Here's the thing, right? When it comes to being a mother, it is important to institute respect, right? It's important that the children respect you, and sometimes that takes routine and instituting routines. Sometimes the mother may or may not be patient while she's instituting these routines until everything is copacetic. With that being said, she will not tolerate her children being flippant at the mouth, right? While she's instituting these routines, it's going to make her life a little less stressful. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do, and she has demanded there is quote unquote no back talk. Now, in the event that she deems where she married a man who is supposed to lead the family, why is it that she hadn't gathered friendships to where she can vent so that she wouldn't have an attitude toward her husband? And what's really disgusting to me is that the mother stepped in. The mother was like, "Oh, you ain't got to put up that with that. Here's a plane ticket. Come on home to mama." That's kind of disgusting. I don't unless he was getting abused. I don't know why the mother felt the need to just say, "Oh, come on home to me." That's kind of disgusting, as opposed to saying, "Look, you have a responsibility and you got to make it work." I don't know why she just sent him the plane ticket to come on home. That was kind of, he didn't even have enough money to buy his own plane ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's obviously inadequate in ways that she was pointing out, in a way that he just felt he was in his feelings about it, and he ran and told his mom about his feelings, and his mama was like, "Come on, you ain't got to put up with that. Come on with me." So this, I only caught portions of the video, so I didn't know she had 8 children. That is a boatload of kids, baby. That's a
Yeah,
boatload of kids.
she had I think at least 5 or 6 kids before she met him with different men. and then she had 2 with him, and then they broke up. And this video is 4 years old, by the way. She just had another baby with a different guy, because her husband never got back together.
She just love having them babies.
Hmm.
In these modern times.
But I'm just gonna stick to talking about this situation right here. But yes, she is definitely problematic as far as like all these multiple baby daddies. To me, that is a signal, that is a bigger symptom of that's a symptom of a larger problem that she has with her own self-esteem, that she's not loving
Correct.
herself enough.
Correct. But she's far gone now. I mean, she has to raise those children.
Yes. Absolutely. And you know, and like I said, she's a beautiful person. I watch her channel and her content. She's a beautiful woman. She's a good mom, damn good mom. And it's a shame, that her life went down that road, because she would have made somebody a wonderful wife. She could probably still make someone a wonderful wife if they know how to be a good leader. But she's not going to ever find anybody, unfortunately, that's going to take her seriously because of her current situation.
Mm.
Hey, Mahogany.
Hi, Boo. How you doing? I saw you this morning. I'm glad you came over.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Are you done yet? Because I want to make sure you have time to talk first and get.
Oh yeah, I was concise specifically to respect your time. Yeah,
Well,
I'm done.
you're so funny. Okay, I'm gonna.
Now what? That was considerate. Why is it funny?
Well, because I know I be hopping up and then I pop off and then I hop up again and pop off.
Child, you be doing things. So I just want to respect your time, child. Shoot.
Well, it's okay. Because I want to piggyback on and you brought up a good point that I hadn't even thought about. And I want to piggyback on what Chaos was saying too. And then I had my own question. So I'll start with my question, because I saw King and Duck, who is trolling because he had every opportunity to hit that link at this point. So we're not paying him any attention. But he mentioned, okay, the way, her tone, this and that. And my question to some of the men, maybe later on after I finish my statement, this is the thing. I think we all will agree that when you're talking to somebody, you should talk to them with respect, with a respectable tone. But in real life, in the real world, when things are not right, when you're arguing back and forth, voices raised, tones get heated. I don't know why, particularly men, you guys are supposed to be the stronger sex. Why does it bother you when a woman's tone is raised or it's a little bit more aggressive? To me, if you're men, you should be able to take it. That's one thing I have never understood. I have never understand that. And I'm speaking as a woman who can sometimes have a stronger tone. And that's my military background. But yes, I have a stronger tone, but I'm still the same person. You can still talk to me. But, I hear a lot of men in the space just, it's like you want to be coddled, but you want to be respected at the same time. You can't have both, honey. That's not the way it works. If you want to be respected as a leader and somebody who can take some stuff, right? Your chest is out. You can take some stuff. You're the leader. You got this. Then you should be able to handle a woman when her tone is a little bit, higher than normal. It should not rattle you. I want to piggyback onto what Chaos was saying about, oh God, now I done lost it. Okay, I'll come back to what Chaos said. But I want to talk about what Mela just said, that the mother was telling the son to come on back home. And this is something I've talked about, Faith. I talked about this a little bit today. The coddling that a lot of Black women do to our men. It is not helping them, y'all. Sisters, it is not helping them. That's why I refuse to do it. I have a son and I will not coddle him.
I know that's right.
Yes, I think it's deplorable when some of us, we let our sons sit on our couch, honey. They're making babies all over the world, and we tell them, okay, that's my child. But guess what? And then what happens is sometimes we end up paying for the grandchild's diapers, and we end up doing this and we end up doing that. So they just having all the fun, and I'm talking about male or female, because I know, I'm not going to put my family out there, but there's people in my family, and it's like they're just making baby after baby after baby, and grandma and granddad are doing everything. No, stop coddling your children. And us as women, we
Mm-hmm.
got to stop coddling.
Yes.
Man, we're not helping them. And then we get up, and then we got a new generation of women saying these men ain't this, these men ain't that, these men aren't responsible. And you know why? A lot of it is the fault of the older generation who have spoiled these men rotten. Stop it. Please stop it, for the love of God. There was one more thing, and then I'll be quiet, that Mela said. I thought that was really good, though. Oh, God, it was so much.
About leading, having to a regimen for the children. Was it something along those lines? Or?
It was something about the children. You and Chaos kind of talked about it. While you guys were talking, I was thinking about how another reason not to go to your parents is because when you go to your parents, what do? You tell them all this awful stuff about your spouse. They don't know all the good stuff that happens. They only know the bad stuff. You don't tell them when he did this and how wonderful he was and he gave you know what I'm saying? So they only know one side, and that's not fair.
The man that slaps his wife rarely tells his mother that he slapped his wife. Okay.
Correct.
Right.
And to even add on, parents are not always gonna on the average gonna keep upfront with their children, their adults, in regards to, okay, she did this or he did this, so what you play onto it. You're not gonna have that conversation with your own parents. You had to get that outside from your own circle, because let's be honest, somebody has to keep it honest, and that's where the problem lies. That if you're a man or woman and you're always hearing something that is soothing instead of the actual real, you have problems in itself. That's why, with a lot of these spaces right now, right, we like it or not, it's still a necessity. It's a necessity evil. Because we as Black people today, can't speak for other people, us, we've been too comfortable for too long. And what's happened, this is the after effects of living into a world or a society that is so-called not integrated. And one few things, we still have to deal with the reality. And the reality does not sit to us well. We got to hear things that just to get by. And that will not suffice us in the 21st century. We got to hear the truth, the good, the bad, and ugly. We're going to sometimes come to hear things that we don't like listen to. I mean, if you look at today, even just talking about this alone, a lot of dudes not going to like this. I mean, I am a man. I'm open-minded. I listen to everything. I'm not considered to say or even be in the chat room, conversate. No, I'm going to hear this. I don't have to accept, but hear what's going on. Right? It's comfortable or not. We had to get out of our comfort box as people. Until we get out of that side, there's no need for change or growth. That's why if you think about it was easy for him to get an escapism, because he can go back to somebody. He can't depend on anybody like he could trust to tell him the real. So what's the next best thing? You go to somewhere else, will tell you what you want to hear. And that's not going to help his progression as a man as is. One thing you're going to see what he's going to do now, which he's always going to, he's going to bounce around. He might not get married again, but he's going to bounce around moving forward. And here's the danger of bouncing around. You're not going to be honest what you're doing, because a lot of people don't do fact checks, background checks. A lot of people, especially if you say you were married. Okay, how many kids you have? Okay. Are you on the system, this, that? Okay. Now everything is clear, because you don't get that honest conversation from people that you're going to meet on the average. They want to keep that tight knit as best as possible, so they can continue the same hamster wheel with the next person.
Chaos, can I
see,
please,
punishment is good.
Can I please interrupt you just for a second? Because there was a comment that that Faith had highlighted, and I'm reading it now. MJ, I can already tell that you have a mouth on you, and then your ego. Let me go up. It says you need to apologize. Oh, excuse me. And then your ego won't allow you to humble yourself, apologize, learn, and grow. See, it's that type of attitude. That's the type of attitude I'm talking about, that chauvinistic attitude. What am I supposed to humble myself for, and to, and for what? What did I say to where you feel so sensitive down there that I need to humble myself and apologize? And who says that I can learn from you? Who says that you have anything to teach me? How come you can't learn from me? You assume, and you're making the assumption because you down there with a phallus and balls, that you're making the assumption because you're a male, I got to automatically learn from you. I got to humble myself down to you. See, that's the problem with a lot of people in this space. A lot of people in this space are very misogynistic. I'm just going to call it what it is. But I'm not the one to play these games. Because in the world that I'm from, and with my upbringing and my knowledge and my background, I know that some of the most powerful leaders are not just men. They are women. And we have a voice, and we have knowledge, and we have things that to say, and we have things that you could possibly learn from. But because you're misogynistic person, you think otherwise. You think automatically that I need to humble myself, and I need to apologize, and I need to learn from you. As long as you're down there in that chat, honey, I can't learn from you. Come on.
You know what? I don't usually do this, but if anybody has a wrench, go ahead and block King Duck. King Duck, you cannot say anything else in the chat room until you hit the link. So you're not going to steady be in the chat room taking shots, but you don't want to actually come up on the panel. You know, we've asked
I was just about to say something, Faith. Are y'all okay?
Well,
I just woke up.
It's your show, Faith. I don't want you to block them. I use them.
No. You know, Faith. Yes, you could take initiative to start moving. Right now, this is no echo chamber. Voice your opinion. Do not be afraid. If you're afraid,
right, I mean, this is not an echo chamber. We've given him opportunity after opportunity to hit the link.
Yeah, you come up. Yeah, my thing is this: as men, we can entertain these chat rooms much time as we want. But if you're gonna feel comfortable just typing instead of voicing, because you can see no one's showing their face, no one doesn't know you, we don't know your background, but express your thoughts. This is the purpose of conversation. Texting is not expression. It's not a safe, comfortable space to express your thought without actually being confronted and having the conversation. Now, if you're a person that's gonna be outbursts and really want to have cuss and all that stuff, then yeah, maybe you need to stay away from the channel. The typing thing is not going to do you well.
King Duck, it's not even a bad thing to come up here and talk to us. Like, and it's not an echo chamber. Me and Chaos disagree with Faith all the time.
All the time.
That's funny.
Like all the time. They give me no chill up here. And I have never lost my temper or anything with anybody on my panel for having their own opinion. Like honestly, people can pretty much come up here and say whatever they want, and as long as you're being respectful and expressing yourself, I don't have a problem with you having a different opinion. It's not what you say, is how you say it. It's how you express it. That's how I always feel. Like I don't mind you expressing yourself, but be respectful in how you are addressing people. And if you can't come up here and be respectful in your point of view, that's the only time I have a problem with you, honestly. But just you having a difference of opinion, I ain't got no problem with that. But don't sit in the chat room and make personal attacks against people that I have on the panel and then think that that's going to be cool with me, because it's not. But I'm sorry, did anybody else want to go? Who's next? I think Hustler and I'm sorry, Mahogany, were you done? Mahogany? I guess she was. Okay, so I guess the next person I saw in the rotation was Hustler and Muscular. Welcome to the panel. What did you want to add?
Okay, first off, how y'all doing?
Good.
We good.
We fair for a square.
Good. I'm here, Pete. But I'm gonna be quiet. Okay.
Okay, now I remember earlier one of y'all mentioned something about how it's bad to coddle your kids, and yes, I agree with that, because I'm seeing on way too many occasions where parents don't want to hold their kids accountable for their bad behavior, and that can be detrimental. Because I saw a video a few months ago, maybe a few days ago, a man was on the airport with his wife, and I guess the little boy in the back seat was kicking the seat constantly, getting on the man's nerves. And while the man was telling the mom to put the boy in check, she got mad at him acting like he was in the wrong. So yeah, BS like that can really take its toll on a child. Now the child feel like they can just do whatever the hell they want to do and act however they want because nobody's holding them accountable. So that can be detrimental. I saw the video. I feel like the lady was in the wrong for doing that. She should have told that boy to stop. Excuse me.
I don't mean. I was actually talking about stop coddling grown men. Coddling grown men. That's what I was.
Oh, so you weren't talking about calling a child. Well, that can be just as bad too. It's bad enough calling a child, but a grown man, that's even worse.
Do you think that catering to a man is a wife's obligation?
I mean, if that's her husband, yes, she should cater to him. I mean, why should one be catered to more so than the other? I hear more women talk about they want to be catered to. They want this, that, and the third, but they never talk about what they're going to do for a man. It's back and forth, 50-50, give and take. You cater to your man, and in return, he caters to you. That's how that's supposed to be, but we don't get that nowadays. The women want everything, but the women,
consideration.
of course. But you got modern women that want everything from a man, but don't want to give a damn thing in return. That's where we have the problem.
So you think that these women are asking for a lot?
What you mean asking for?
What is the average modern woman asking for?
Simple. Got to be 6 feet tall, make a 6-figure income, got to have this, that, and the third. They don't want to build with a man. They want the man to already have his empire built, stuff like that. They want stuff that even they themselves don't even measure up to. I've seen that so many times in real life and in these spaces. They demand stuff from men that they themselves can barely measure up to. That's where we tend to have the problem.
I honestly think that that's a talking point that does need to be explored, because I hear a lot of men saying that 6 feet tall, 6-figure income, 6-pack, 6-inch penis, and all this other stuff. But in reality, I be seeing women with short dudes, broke dudes,
And you know what? I see that a lot too. But then I'm not one to just assume the worst, but I'm going to speculate that they can't be a couple. Maybe they are, but I don't believe the worst in everything because I see it myself a lot. But a lot of times these women be hanging with these average dudes, or they're dudes that they would never date for convenience sake. Like he's just a placeholder. So you got to consider that. I'm not saying that's the case all the time. Because look at me, I'm not the best looking guy on the doggone block, but I still got my pick of the ladies. But hey, sometimes
that tell you that we're not asking for all of that. Women don't really ask for all that, to be honest with you.
And here's something else that I've noticed. Women tend to make rules for men that they do not find attractive, but they'll break or bend them for the men that they don't. So while they're demanding all this extra BS that, like you said, is unnecessary, that's only in reference to the men that they do not find attractive. Because seriously, who demands all that stuff from men that they barely know or at the very least want to build something with? No woman has any business doing that unless she really just don't like him like that. Like, oh, you're not tall, you're not attractive, you better have money, you better be willing to pay my bills, bullshit like that. But let her get around the guy she like, and all bets are off. He ain't gotta do all that. Trust me, I've been both of those guys at some point in my life, so I know.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there's something to be said about how you extend patience with people you like versus people you don't like, and you demand them to prove themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to people you don't like, you demand that they prove themselves. But when it comes to people you do like, you give them that favor, Yeah, there is a two-edged sword in those situations.
But what kills me is that men don't like it when women, demand certain things of them. But don't y'all do the same thing to us? Like the ugly woman, she can't even eat crackers in bed without getting kicked out. But let Beyonce be in bed eating crackers. Oh, she can get away with it.
What? Who does that? What men be doing that?
Well, when I was working for the state, of a particular state, when I was a office coordinator for a particular state, I worked around men. This one particular man, this news story came out about a young lady that was unalived. And at the time, they were thinking it was someone they knew who, in their opinion, is drop dead gorgeous. As it turns out, the story is about another girl that they knew who wasn't as attractive as she was. And you know, that guy wiped his brow and said, "Woo." You know what I mean? He had no compassion for the fact that somebody was unalive. Um, that he just didn't want it to be the pretty one. You know what I mean?
Right.
So men do have this favor when it comes to someone that's easy on the eyes, as they say. They have this favor. They go out of their way. I've experienced it myself. They go out of their way to be understanding and generous. But when it comes to someone that is not necessarily easy on the eyes, they will treat them like uh other than, you know.
Yes, pretty privilege. And like I said this before, that's also their downfall because they think with that thing down there a lot of times, and it leads them astray often because we all know that what's on the outside has nothing to do with what's on the inside. So yes, they absolutely do. It's unfortunate.
Their
Mm.
goal is a beautiful woman. That's their goal. Like, because they want to show her off. It's not like they want to be with a beautiful woman because the they somehow believe she has beautiful attributes. No, they want to be with a beautiful woman for so superficial reasons. A man's sense of superficiality is much stronger than his reasonableness. Very much
Yes.
so. It's the ego.
That's why it's kind of funny to me to hear, Hustler and Muscler say that, women are very staunch on this whole 6 foot and six pack. And, we're not. We really aren't. I mean, we grave you all on the curve all the time.
Yep.
Always.
Child, I've dated some in my past, honey. I don't want to say that, but yeah,
Some grizzly bears.
yes.
What are they called?
Grizzlies.
You want to know what's sad about it too? One of them, I gave him. I really felt like I was doing like a charitable thing, thinking, okay, because the thing with him was he wasn't that attractive, but he
Did
also
he have back hair?
no, oh
No,
God, thank
okay.
God, no. But he also had a bad attitude. But I was young and I was in that mindset that I could change him, and oh, they just don't know him the way I do. He ended up actually being very emotionally abusive to me. But I take it all as a learning experience. But I
You
swear,
know what,
let me tell you, I will never do that again. I will never date
girl?
somebody with pity.
But aren't they the worst ones? Like the ugly dudes that you
Yeah,
gave a chance, they the worst ones. Like
yeah,
I have been dogged to death by a guy that I wasn't even really attracted to.
Me too. Me too. And that's why I don't, these men cannot shame me about dating who I want because I've given men a chance that I thought, it ain't no thought that actually I probably should have kept on walking. But I gave them a chance and they were worse than some of the attractive men that were trying to talk to me. I'll just say this, and I'm going to pass the mic. You can't judge people on the outside. It's really about what's on the inside. And with him, what was on the outside it matched what was on the inside. He was an ugly individual. And I thought all my niceness and all my sweetness would change him, would make him a better person. It did not. He was very abusive emotionally and just a not nice guy. And, it got to the point where his abusiveness was just so bad. I just had to walk away from that. But I take it all as a learning experience. That's all you can do.
Well, at least better late than never, I
Did
always
he
say.
ever apologize?
Let me tell you, good question, Mel. Let me tell y'all what he did, honey. About 6 years ago, maybe, on Facebook. Ooh, child. And he did me dirty. He tried to sleep with an old roommate of mine in the military. But let me tell you what happened. He did a lot of dirty stuff to me, Mela. He really did. When I tell you, I don't know what I did to deserve such a horrible person in my life. But like I said, I learned from it, so I won't complain. Thank the Most High. But basically, he contacted me out of blue on Facebook. And at first, I started to block his ass from here to the smithereens, but I was feeling okay. So I answered the message, and he asked if he could talk to me. He said he had something really important to tell me. And I'm thinking, what the F does he want, child? So I listened to him. I listened to him spill his little guts out to me, his heart. And it didn't even take 5 minutes before he started talking crap about his baby's mother and how he's got custody. He was bragging on how he's got custody. And I'm thinking to myself, he said that she walked out. I'm thinking to myself, I know why she walked out, because she couldn't tolerate you. You're sitting here abusing her on the phone to a woman that she don't even know. And I know you're abusing her, because that's the same stuff you used to do to me. You used to tell me how nobody else wanted me. You used to tell me how I wasn't this, how I wasn't smart, how I wasn't pretty. Y'all, now I know, because I'm wiser.
He was projecting, yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Mela. He's treating you how he feels.
Well, he used his alcohol as a reason to just let any old foolishness come out of his mouth. But let me just fast forward the story, y'all. He wanted my forgiveness because he was diagnosed with cancer. He actually had breast cancer. They call it mastocytonia or something, cancer in the breast. And
wait a minute. Did he want your forgiveness, or did he need you to come be a caregiver? Because
no, he knew better than that. He knew better than that, because I swore his bloody life, honey, if I ever saw him again after all the stuff he put me through.
Did he start calling you queen? Well, you were always my queen.
Yeah, that I was the one that got away, how he regretted, how...
Girl,
he wanted a caregiver. Yeah, he wanted a caregiver.
But let me tell you what did it. When I heard him trashing that woman, and I knew why she left him, because, he was literally on the phone talking about how she was so horrible to leave him, and she's crazy, and she's on medications. You're probably the reason she's on medications. You're verbally abusive, dude. You are a horrible person. And I let that go. I hung up that phone, honey, and I felt sorry for his situation, but I was glad that the Most High took me out of that situation.
Yeah, you dodged the bullet.
I think he was just trying to ease his conscience by begging for your forgiveness.
Oh, thank God you're safe now.
Yeah.
But were you done hustling muscle? Because I wanted to move over to Demetrius Higashikata and then get it.
Yeah, let me say this. Now, my ex-girlfriend, she went through a similar situation that Miss Mahogany was talking about. And it was more or less the same thing. She was with a dude that was below average in the looks department. She thought, oh, well, she could change him. She could fix him despite his emotional abuse. But she found out the hard way that that's just not going to work. And fast forward maybe a year later, I came into her life and I showed her a better way. So, yeah, that kind of stuff does happen. My ex went through something like that, so I can understand that.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing your perspective. We definitely appreciate it. So now we're going to move over to Demetrius Higashikata. He's been waiting patiently on the panel. What's up, Demetrius?
Congratulations for being a stand-up guy, Muscle. And Demetrius, you and your voice, I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And shout out to Chaos Rain, too.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I pretty much just woke up and I saw this King Duck dude just trying to lay into y'all. That's why I was like, y'all just, he's still in the chat. I was like, y'all want me to block him or something? Because I ain't never seen that before.
He ain't it's really up to Faith, but he's not bothering me at all, honey. Come up here, we've already.
We talking about the block. We talking about
King Duck.
No, I
want to say King Duck is now into Hades. Forever.
Yeah, cool. Because anybody who has that much fire, needs to actually come up and hash out their grievances on the panel. You're not going to get the satisfaction that you want or the contentment that you want down in the chat, because I always say this, when you're texting people, a whole lot of tone gets lost in what you say, and even the way that you type, it can come off as more abrasive, right? So, yeah, King Duck, if you still watching, Can he still hit the link even though he blocked?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
he
he can.
can hit the link.
All right, man, you can still hit the link. Just don't come up here on no nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
No. We're not good at that. See, listen, Demetrius. As King will probably watch, he has been sent into the Hades through the chat room, and he will no longer be typing. For only on a continued conversation, he has to really hit the link and have the conversation with everybody on the panel, and that's where things will move progressively. The problem with conversation in the chat room, if there's only Faith alone, she could read it possibly, but when we have people in the panel and you're still communicating through the chat room, it kind of divulges from the real conversation. I mean, if you can't express yourself towards people through, on a live stream, it don't make no sense you put it in the chat room at all. Because now you just want to listen for things that's comfortable, and you talking about tone this and tone that. Yes, and women do have tone. We all know that. But what's the basis of this conversation? Because, like I said, the man has more children with this woman, and he's on and off to the point she didn't want to let it go, but he didn't want to let it go either. So she had to make him have a decision. And so what he did, instead of just doing it the right way, file for divorce, anything he has to expunge any resource, give it and keep going, he decided to let me just disappear. You can't do that now in the 21st century. You can't do it in the last century, in the last 30, 40 years or 50 years of the last century. For you, if you're going to get married legally and you want to dissolve this marriage because you don't feel you could keep up wherever as a man, you do what's right. You sit there just like most women. They just do the no-fault divorce. Now, I know most dudes don't want to do it because they don't want to be paying anything. I get it. But that's the price of doing business. You get me? Don't keep things dangling and it's not in your favor. That's why I project moving forward that there's going to be a percentage of men, let's say black men, that's if they're going to get married in the society, and it does go away, they're going to probably start filing divorce. But the reason why they're not at that mindset yet, because they think and feel that said, I don't want to lose out. I don't want to give nothing. I said, well, listen, when you do anything in life, you got to pay. So get comfortable paying it and keep pushing. Look what's going on in Florida.
My husband won't divorce me.
They remove alimony, permanent alimony now. And all other states possibly might follow suit. So don't think that you're going to be, if you marry for a lengthy time, that she's going to be always going to be, getting paid from you. So always know your rights, move accordingly, and do what is in your best interest. And we're not going to talk about things to protect yourself because that's not the basic show. We're not wasting our time. We're just talking about what's going on here. If they want to know that, we can have another conversation on another stream.
What's sickening about my husband not wanting to divorce me is that more likely than not is because of my veteran benefits, right? Because then he will thereby become the quote unquote surviving spouse, God forbid anything happened to me before him, right? And he has a father who's not a practicing lawyer. And I think that it was the advisement of his father, my father-in-law. I think it was the advisement of people on his side of the family. It's like, whatever you do, don't divorce her because, you got a lot coming to you. But
you can't divorce him?
I can. I got to get on top of that. I know that now that our son is an adult, there's not really a whole lot of property division and, child support issues or even what do you call it, alimony. There's none of that, that would be on the table. Now my sister told me to just put an ad in do it the old fashioned way where you just put a notice in the paper, and if he doesn't respond, then you get that instant divorce. From what I understand, people can come back later and contest it, saying that they weren't properly served with the notice. So I might have to go the straight up having him, since I know where he is, or at least I am aware that he's alive somewhere. Okay. For all I know, he's in jail. I don't know what's happening with him. I just know that he's around. And
so y'all separated then?
Oh yeah, I'm happily separated. I'll shout
It's
that
been
from the
more than
mountaintop.
5 years?
Absolutely, I'm happily separated.
Yeah. You might as well send the paper, and then after that, give 30 days, because it says you give a person 30 days, right? When you send notice, right? 30 days on average.
Yeah,
Notice.
I don't have a specific address, but I gotta consult legal representation as to what is the better path to take, because there's this one lawyer that was talking about putting the ad in the paper, and if you don't respond, and then there's another lawyer that was, I guess they're trying to get more money out of me. That wanted me to take the long roundabout way to do it.
Well, Mela, like I said, if y'all not been together for more than 5 or more years, then you want to go the more affordable route as possible and dissolve this. Because, and trust me, lawyers will waste your time. Because, like I said, they're there to make money.
Will.
And they will milk you. So
lawyers want to get paid, baby.
Yeah, so you need to take the.
And from what I understand, I could just file it myself. Pay the the administration fee or whatever. Just file it myself.
Do what's necessary. Do what's necessary.
Yeah.
Do not give your
that
money,
sounds
man.
like the easier route.
Yes.
Because it's making me insecure about obtaining property. You know what I mean? So from what I understand, it's logical to divorce first and then obtain a property so that he doesn't come back out of the woods contesting like, wait a minute, we were married when she obtained that property. So, I got to get the divorce first.
Yeah. But like I said before, it's the price of doing business. If you and him not really that, and I know this is why a lot of Black people, this is good having this conversation, that we had to come to grips as people that it's better to wash your hands clean and get it out the way than sit there and worry about all the necessities. I'm saying, yeah, they could come back for this and that, but at the end of the day, it's like, move on. You get me?
Yeah. White
people been doing this longer than us, and we have not got to the rigmaroles to get to that point.
Instead of hanging on, just be proactive and get it done.
And move on. You know what I'm saying? Because by hanging on and stressing it and prolonging as is, it's like you're dealing with the inevitable. So if that's a possibility, just brace to the inevitable now and say, fuck it.
Exactly. All right. So Demetrius, did you have anything that you want to add?
I mean, listen, with the title of the show, right, I actually agree. And the reason why is I hear many stories of like the ones like the video that you're watching, right? And I think that I've said this before. It was in a different way from a different angle, but there are a lot of selfish people out here, and it's the way I see it is it's a lack of virtue, right? If you don't stand for anything, it'll show in your actions, and you'll start treating people any kind of way. So, yeah, there does need to be a husband school. There does, absolutely.
Right.
And furthermore, with my first husband, he had the nerve to say when I wasn't being cooperative about changing religions, we married as Christians. He wanted to become a Muslim. And
wait a minute.
Right. And I believe it or not, I wanted to be dutiful and say, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now, until I read a particular scripture. Because keep in mind, he was getting increasingly agitated with the pressures of being a sole provider once I was discharged from the military. It then became his single income that we were living with. And all of a sudden, he was tripping on a regular basis. And as it turns out, he, just spewed to me, you don't know what it's like to be the sole provider of a family. So you need to just speak when you're spoken to type of attitude thing. And next thing you know, he wants to turn around and have us become Muslims. So I'm like, okay, I guess this is what we're doing now.
He couldn't just tell you that you talk too much and sometimes you need to be quiet. He's just gonna change the religion. That's what it sounds like to me.
Pretty much. He wanted to do that, yeah. And he was 12 years older than myself. So I am absolutely looking to him for leadership. But what I didn't understand then that I know now is that he was a very emotionally driven man. he was he was an emotional man,
Oh, I
regardless of the
hate
age
that.
difference. Yeah, he was an emotional man, and so it's no surprise that he's just going to change, one faith to another, pun intended. And it was just tripped out because when I read the scripture in the Quran that just so happened to open up to me, that said, if your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. Keep in mind, he's getting increasingly aggressive. And so now you want me to subscribe to a religion that permits you to hit me? You done lost your damn mind. I'm out of here.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as
Yeah.
a Christian, I wouldn't compromise my faith anyway.
I was gonna say that and
Right.
I'm
If
not.
he can't be loyal to what we, if he can't be loyal, how loyal was he capable of being if he wants to switch religions? At the same time, I don't want to judge anybody for their spiritual awakening. That was my sense of guilt. It's like, wow, I'm really judging this man. He might have had a spiritual awakening that has led him in this way. And then I open up the Quran and I make the coincidences match. It's like, wait a minute, it's no coincidence that this man is getting increasingly aggressive and he's trying to introduce me to a religion that permits a man to beat his
He
wife
was
lightly, whatever that
weaponizing
means.
the religion. He was attempting to weaponize the religion. Stella.
Manipulation, baby.
Yeah.
I want to say, and you know what, Two Face, about that. I mean, Mela, what you were saying, because I've been through that too. It's really weird how you could carry a household as a woman. You get no thanks for it. You pay all the bills, you cook, you clean, you do all these things, you work 50 hours a week or whatever you're doing, and we just do it and we get no thanks for it, right? It's just day to day the life of a working woman. They do it. Oh my God. They want a party. I'm doing all this. I'm carrying everything on my own. Child, that's crazy to me. But that's very familiar to me. I've been there and done that, honey. But my thing, and once again, and let me just ask the question to the men: if you guys are the leaders and you are stronger than us, how come the same work that we put in? I know women that work, cook, clean, take care of children, and they don't complain and they don't make the other person feel low. How come the same things that we do, y'all, when y'all do it, y'all want to party? Explain that to me.
Yeah.
Wait, run
Anybody.
that through me again. What? Say that again.
I'm just saying, you guys are stronger than us, right? In the physical aspect.
Yep.
But how can it, like I'm saying, you got people complaining about women's tone. Talk to me nice, talk to me nice. And then you got people that have an issue with the same things. You could take a single woman, right? And a single man with children, and they're doing the same thing. And it's like, I feel like when men do the same thing that we do, they want praise. They just want this unsurpassable amount of praise from everyone. And we're both doing the same job.
I mean, that's just a character issue to me. It has nothing to do with just men. It was like that's just
Yeah, that's that guy.
like we all know who that guy was. Like, oh, coach, you see what I'm doing, coach? Am I doing good, coach? Like, you know what I'm talking about, H&M. Like, we all know that person.
That sound like that kid in high school that was trying way too hard to impress everybody and fit
Exactly.
in with the
Yeah,
I've
please
known people
notice
like
me.
that. I knew people like that when I was in middle school. I knew people like that, so I get it.
Okay. So, Bro Speak has been waiting down here patiently to be acknowledged, and I do want to get his perspective. So, Mr. Bro Speak in the house, finally. What are your perspectives, sir?
Happy
What's
Saturday.
up, Faith? What's up, everybody on the panel? How y'all doing?
Hey, hello.
We are all right.
Yeah, to answer MJ's question, that dude is that dude's an emotional dude because most men that I know are the opposite. They they will hope to get. They don't get no like thanks or nothing like that. They'll do all that stuff and get no thanks at all, and get more complaints than thanks. So that dude who's begging for attention, that's that guy. That's not men in general. Because most men I know, they don't get no praise. They just do it. They just do what they need to do. They ain't looking for praise. If anything, I've been saying that the guys who are doing what they're supposed to do need to get more of acknowledgement. Because again, what I think the title is, do they need husband school?
Yes.
No, they need man school. Fuck the husband part. They need a man school. Because if you being a man, it's going to translate to you being a husband. It's automatically going to translate. Because if you're a man, and I know that, hey, I didn't like from my marriage, like me just being who I am translated to me being a husband anyway. I had women that I was dating and say, you'll be a good husband anyway. So I don't think they need a husband school. You just need a man school. And a man, how to be honorable, how to stand on your own principle. And then you won't have instances where dude's going to change religion just so he can beat on his wife because he mad because life sucks for him right now. That's some weirdos. Now I understand people will change religions because if you've been to a church and like I have, and you see some stuff going on that really shakes you at the core, yeah, you might change religion like that. But to Mela's situation, yeah, I believe he was looking for a way to take out his aggressions on her and be able to convince her to do it.
That's the way it's supposed to be. And
right.
That's the providence of God that worked in that manner, because it just so happened as I'm sitting down to study with these sisters that the Quran opened up to that passage. I mean, I'm literally talking serendipity here, okay?
Right.
It just so happened because we're supposed to study something, of course, that reminds us to be obedient to our husbands. That was the goal of that meeting. And it just so happens that the book opened up in my lap to this passage that stood out. And it was just a spring of inspiration. Like, wait a minute, is it possible that this man is not experiencing a spiritual awakening, but he's experiencing an opportunity to manipulate me for, control?
Right. And the thing
That's
with that is,
God, child. Miracles happen.
And he's probably not even reading that whole book, because that was the last resort, was putting hands on a woman. That's the last resort, not the first resort. So yeah,
that's the weird thing. He never hit me. What he did was he harmed himself to demonstrate, if I would do this to myself, just imagine what I would do to you. And I'll give you the example. We're arguing and he busts a beer mug upside his head. He hadn't taken shahada yet, so yeah, there was still beer mugs in the house. He taken a beer mug and busted upside his head. All this blood came all over his face, and all. It was like, see what you made me do. That's what he said.
That sounds like a lunatic.
He was, child. He was.
Yeah,
I was sleeping with the enemy, only I just wasn't getting beat up at the time.
That sounds like guilt. He's trying to guilt you.
It would have happened. It was. I dodged something really, really tumultuous. I really did when I just. And then another thing, we had a miscarriage, and he didn't see the big deal in people giving us condolences. Like, why are people sending you flowers and condolences letters? Like, I said, because that was our baby. and he didn't understand. And that's when I knew I was dealing with somebody that I would never see eye to eye with. Because if you don't understand that our child passing is our child passing, like to him, I would imagine that unless someone is useful, then they don't count. So a child who passes away, um, you know, before it's born, we named the baby and everything. He was just, it's like that was our baby that passed away, and you're asking why people are extending condolences. Like who who does that? So I should have known beforehand. But to be honest with you, he was a very romantic guy in the beginning. It was like off
Right.
the chart romance. Like I would,
Sounds like love bombing to me.
yeah, very
Yeah.
much so.
Yeah, that's
I just
I,
found out about love bombing. Yeah, that's dangerous.
yeah.
Listen, bro, speak. I'm gonna explain some real quick. All
Yeah, go
right,
ahead.
so the reason why I said there does need to be a husband school because I understand the nuances of like because this whole conversation kind of happened when like people on the internet were like criticizing MLK. Were you around for that?
No, I was not.
No, okay. So here's what happened. People were trying to like insinuate that he cheated on his wife, right?
Hmm.
And they're like, okay, because he cheated on his wife, he's not a good man. I submitted, no, he's a good man, probably not the best husband if that's the case, right? And I understand that just because you're a good man doesn't necessarily mean you'll be a good husband.
That's
People
a good
say
point.
stuff all the
So
time,
husband
like,
school
"Oh,
is
he's
still
a good guy.
necessary.
But he like gets broken up with a lot. He's just not a good guy to be with."
Right.
I
Yeah.
I I kind of I could
I could
see that,
see so
but
that being so he's a good man, but he's not spouse material.
Yeah,
Right.
pretty much.
well,
Yeah, and that's possible.
my thinking is if you know who you are, you will already know that from the beginning. That's why I say I don't think you need a husband school. You need a man school so you know who you are. You know who you are. More likely than not, you're not going to entertain marriage if you know that
Heard
you're
you.
not husband material. I think that's more important than a husband school.
Heard
Then
you. Heard you.
yeah, that's how
I
I
got a
feel about
question.
it.
Now, my question is, what school is going to teach a man how to be a man and a woman to be a woman? I've been asking myself
Well,
that question for
ideally, that should
years.
come from your dad, right?
Yeah, but some of
Ideally.
them have fathers. I know I
Yeah, because
didn't.
everything I know about womanhood, I learned from the women in my family.
That's
Well, I was always told it's all about just having common sense. But the thing is, I don't think common sense is enough to just know, you know, how to be a man or how to be a woman. You gotta, like y'all said, you learn this stuff from your family, you learn stuff from your friends, your environment. It takes more than just common sense, but that's what I was told. Be a man based on common sense. Be a good husband based on just living on this earth and seeing what's going on around you. So I think there's more to it
right.
than that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, it'd be more or less learning how to be a man and how you learn from other men, and you see how other men who don't have all this drama going around, you follow them. You don't follow these goofies who up here with all these chicks running around, babies everywhere. His car getting tore up all the time, dealing with crazy women after him. I'm like, yeah, that's not the guy I'm gonna be following. I'm like, I know I learned a lot from not doing what my brother's done. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do what you did. You causing these women to go being cuckoo in the head and dealing with cuckoo women. No, I'm good. I'm good on that.
I agree with you, bro. Speaks. I've made that exact same point here, and I got pushback.
you know,
As
crazy.
far as the woman in the video, if I may say, I have a question whether or not she mentioned how her children's fathers, in, impacted their relationship. Like, did she have her?
She has a series of videos on her channel where like I said, when I tell you that she's very, very open about her life, she's got like years and years of sharing her personal business on YouTube, and a lot of people,
Did her
have.
children's father ever confront her husband in a threatening or disrespectful way that you know of?
I don't think that I think it's only two of them that are still in the kid's life, and I don't
Okay.
think that they have. But I do want to I'm sorry, bro, speak. Were you done? I want to make sure everybody got their say out.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. It's like I don't think a husband school is going to help a person who his intention, if his if he can't stay stable, a husband school is not going to help him. I think that him being a man is going to help more or less be a husband than anything. And even if I think that the marriage goes south, he'll still be more honorable enough to end it the at least as admirable as possible. If he's not, yeah, he's gonna make a big mess, and it's just gonna be all hang on to you, even though it should be the best idea to leave, but and just bite the bullet and leave, and even if it costs you some money. So that's just how I feel about that. But yeah, you can go ahead.
All right,
Okay.
Faith. I got to jump off here. It's almost 3 hours in the stream. I got things to do.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
go ahead. I know these streams can get long, but thank you so much for coming up, Chaos, and I appreciate your adding on to the conversation. It was very valuable, everything that you added. So I do want to say thank you, and do come again.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so young Riaz has been up here waiting patiently, and I just wanted to go ahead and get him in before I go back to the video. What's up, young Riaz?
Hi, Faith Factor. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good to me, though, in a way. So you can't really change a person, whether they go to school, whether it's family. No, you can't change a person. It's up to the person to change themselves. You can teach them many things, though. You can explain many things to them, but it's up to the person if they want to change for themselves. I'm autistic, basically. I'm not married, nothing, but I'm observing, listening, everything like that. And I'm Muslim myself, but I don't really believe in putting hands on anything. Everything can be discussed together. I'm different.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that everything should be discussed, communicated. The communication is the important thing.
Yep.
Okay, and I agree with that. I think that communication is important as well. Like this young lady said earlier, that you're looking at here, her and her husband did not have communication in their marriage, which led to a lot of the problems and the buildup that eventually happened, where she snapped off on him and told him to go back to Texas, and then he ended up leaving and all this other stuff. So you're absolutely right. If you don't open the lines of communication, then what ends up happening is you're just kicking the can down the road. Eventually, everything is going to come to a head. So it's better to go ahead and hash out the issues early. So great observation.
Yeah. And also pretty much for a real man, though, he pretty much has to respect the woman anyway, though. Because for me, in my faith, basically, in Islam, basically is your paradise is underneath your mother's feet. If you don't respect your mother, I'm just saying, basically what I'm saying is, if you don't respect your mother, that shows how you're going to treat another woman, basically. So, and I'm not excusing it, I'm just understanding from their logic. So to them, that's how it is. So paradise is underneath your mother's feet. So always respect your mother, and that will show you that you respect other women.
I agree. All right. So are you guys ready for me to continue playing the clip?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
And who's gonna walk out on his kids, walk out on his wife, especially me being 7
Let
months
me know
pregnant.
if you need me to stop.
The baby is due next month. If anything, I would have more respect for him had he been real with me and been like, look, we're not working out, or this isn't working out. I need to clear my head. I'm not going to leave because you need me right now. I'm not going to leave and make sure you and this baby are good and everything's good. But afterwards, we're going to talk about me leaving or something like that. Whatever. Not like that conversation would go any better than the conversation we had last night. We didn't argue, fuss, and fight. But at the same time, that I will respect a lot more than somebody who just packs their bag and walks the fuck out.
Do you guys understand what she's saying right there? Like what she said is very important, and I want to stop it right there and highlight that, because what she's saying is she would have respected him better if he had just been honest with her and said that, hey, you know what, I'm gonna leave, but before I do leave, I'm gonna make sure you and the kids are straight. But I'm definitely going to leave, versus him just leaving and not making sure that they are okay. And I understand and I get where she's coming from in that, because it's real, it's bad when a man leaves a woman, especially if the woman has his children and she has all this responsibility, and he just leaves and he doesn't make sure that they're good. There is a difference. Now, like she said, you still may argue, you still may fight, but at least she has an expectation that, hey, this is what it is, and you're not going to be there, for her as a husband, but you're going to be there for her as a co-parent and a father. There's a huge difference. Does anybody else agree?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. It's more
Yeah,
respect.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
to me,
you go ahead, man. Go ahead.
sorry, what I was about to say was basically it's not about what you say, it's how you say it. Yes, you can be honest and everything like that, but the way you speak, your tone, everything basically though. So when you're both talking and stuff like that, your tone and stuff, both of their tone, the way you speak matters a lot to the situation though. That's how it is. So if you both speak aggressively, the situation will get worse. If you both are come together and you speak in a calm way, you will both will understand. So it's not about what you say, it's how you say it. And if you say what you want to say in an honest way, then you will both respect what you have to say.
Exactly. And did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, I do think just bouncing like that, given the situation, yeah, that's not the best thing. You should. I remember when I was leaving, I let her know, I let my ex-wife know I was leaving. So there wasn't no, I just pick up and left. She knew what was going on. Yeah, we had that argument. Yeah, she eventually told her parents, and I was kicked out of kicked out her parents' house, and it was rough, but I got more, like she said, I got more respect from everybody involved the way I did it than just bouncing and not saying nothing. And I think that is in my opinion, that's a coward's way out of leaving a relationship. You let
Absolutely.
people know what's going on so that they can be prepared. Yeah, you're still gonna be yeah, it's still gonna be anger. Yes, it's still gonna be in any situation. It's gonna be bad. I mean, anger and stuff like that because that person was invested. Hell, you invested, and if you make that decision for a person that truly cares, that's a hard decision to make. It took. I agonized over that for about months before I actually pulled the trigger. So it's going to be agonizing for both, and I understand like some dudes don't want to deal with that drama and but it's better that you go ahead and confront it. There more if she's a sensible woman. I have to put that out there. She's a sensible woman. she's going to respect you more if you do it that way than just bouncing. And it's just
Exactly.
it's
And
better.
this is the reason why a lot of guys have a hard time, getting back in to see their kids and stuff like that, because you didn't just leave, but you left her owing 2 months on the rent. You left her, and the lights just got shut off, and her car not working, and she don't have no way to get back and forth. Like, some of y'all be leaving these women in horrible conditions, and then wonder why you can't just pop back in and see your kids whenever. So, to answer your question, just a regular guy, or your statement, he says a woman who is emotionally invested in a man will never lay out what would make her and the kids good. Her list will include putting him down, demanding he stay, and continue giving all his resources. Well, you can expect that. I mean, there is a responsibility with handling the truth. And when people say you can't handle the truth, there's two-edged sword to that. Some people can't handle hearing the truth, and then there are people that can't handle telling the truth. And see, telling the truth is not going to always be peaches and cream. It's not going to be people being grateful that you told the truth. Yeah, you're still going to get that smoke. You're still going to get that fire, but in the end, the truth will set you free either way. Either way.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The truth, like the truth hurts, but it's not. If your intention is not to hurt the person, if your intention is to make sure everything is out, yeah, you're still gonna get that smoke. But I'd rather get that smoke, but knowing that I told the truth, than get the smoke because I'm lying and doing some crazy stuff. And just that's way more smoke when you lie and you being just a weak ass dude than being upfront. What I mean, yeah, she's still gonna put you down, but what you gonna put you down about? Oh, you no, I told you the truth. Yeah, you didn't. No, I didn't lie to you. I told you what it was gonna be. You're
Exactly.
gonna have less scandal that way. Like when I left, I had what can you say? I told you the truth. I told you why I'm leaving, and I left. I didn't play games or nothing like that.
And you didn't leave her in no tumultuous situation.
No, no. I left her in a situation where she was prepared. She had her parents to fall back on. You know, I drove her back to her mom's house. I didn't leave her homeless or nothing like that with no rent, with the rent due or nothing like that. No, I wouldn't do that. That I wouldn't do. But I left her in the best situation that was possible. And like I said, I got way more respect for that. They still help me now, even after all that. We still communicate. We still talk. Her mother-in-law, my mother ex-mother-in-law, helped me when my mother was sick, and I helped them when they need help with something. It's just better over. Yes, in the initial, yeah, it's going to be drama. It's going to be hurt feelings, but I say eventually they're going to respect that because you were up front. If you try to be this weasel and weasel your way out of it and leaving a huff or something like that, they're not going to respect that. And yes, that's going to make it harder for you to see your kids because like you said, it's how you leave. It's not what you do, it's how you're doing it. And if you
Exactly.
don't know how to get out of a situation like that in the best shape possible, yeah, it's going to make it hard. You're going to have to be running to court more likely. I can't say that for every situation because you don't know the other person, what they're doing, but
Right. and,
yeah,
and bro, speak. That's the key right there. Like, I don't think that these people, or most of these men, I'm not going to say people, are putting themselves in the woman's shoe. If the woman were to leave you, and you didn't have a job and you didn't have no way to make rent and you got all these kids and she did that to you and she was the only person that was paying bills in the house. She did that to you. If you had to take them kids and if you had to turn things around by yourself without her not knowing, how it was going to go, but you finally managed to do it, would you be too happy to let her just step back in and be like, hey, mommy's back, I'm here to co-parent? I mean, how would you feel about that?
Oh,
Mm.
y'all don't
Yeah.
want my response.
Yeah,
I,
probably hypothetically though, to me, I don't know. I'd be like mature enough, pretty much in a way. Okay, it's good to have you here, but at the same time, though, like, what are your intentions? If you're genuinely here to, help out and everything like that, I would go for okay, you can come here and everything like that, no problem. It's just about how your intentions are and what you're planning to do. Yes, it's good to have you back, but what are your plans? And how are you gonna help?
Shit, you good? Because ain't no getting back for me. But I'm sorry, bro. Speak. What did you say? Your
I say,
response?
I know me. We won't have to have a mediator. I know that. I'm sorry. It's not. We not. Listen, I've cut off family members, so for less. So I already know how. Yeah, we gonna need a mediator because I'm not gonna want to see you.
Right, Mela. How would you react to that situation? Mela, did she go to sleep? Mela, you there? Oh, she done stepped away. Demetrius, are you there?
I stepped away.
Oh, okay, Mela. Oh. Did you hear the question?
Not at all.
Okay, so we threw out a hypothetical because what we're talking about is not what you do and it's not what you say, it's how you do it and how you say it. So basically what we're saying is like she was saying like she would have rather that the guy had sat down with her and prepared her by telling her the truth that yeah, he doesn't want to be there. He's going to leave after she has the baby, but he leave her and the kids in a good situation, not broke, not owing anything, that he's making sure that they're good and that she has the expectation that he's gone versus him just leaving and not making sure that they're good. And I was telling bro speak, I was like, well, yeah, because
Like
a lot
how
of
I stepped away from the panel without announcing that I was going to do so. It leaves a bunch of questions. And it's like, well, why weren't you considerate enough to tell me that you've had enough of this relationship? I'm not talking about the panel right now. I'm talking about what you were referring to.
right,
The guy, the husband, could have, if he had any love in his heart or understanding in his spirit, could have just simply announced, I can't do this right now. What, I don't know how I'm going to overreact if if I'm still here. I don't, because there's something to think about. Maybe he just said, you know what, I might overreact to her flippant mouth. I might overreact to the children being and just the house being maybe he was starting to understand that he has the potential to overreact, and maybe he didn't want to put her through that because she had been through enough, and in his mind it was better to leave than stay. But what made him a coward was not explaining his mentality.
right.
And then she said it. She said, I would have respected him more if he would have just came out and explained something as opposed to using the excuse, well, you told me to leave. That was a cowardice move on his part to, just come out and, well, you told me to leave. It's like, well, she
Well,
told you to do other things before that you didn't do. So why is this so significant? So yeah, he did play the coward card.
yeah, he heard that part, but he didn't hear any of the other things that she needed. But
Precisely.
here's the thing: what if a man, you say for instance, y'all got kids, okay, you're pregnant, you're 3 months behind, well, 3 months behind on the bills, you got an eviction notice, and then he just ups and says, I'm out of here. And so now you're
That's a
left having
coward.
right, you're left having to deal with all that, having to put out all those fires. And then when you finally get it together after so much painstaking work and stress, he comes back like, hey, I'm here to co-parent where my kids at. How would you feel?
Oh, disgusted. Disgusted. It's like, so you a fair weather husband, huh? You a fair weather husband. As long as the sun is shining and the picnic table is spread, you around. But as soon as there are cloudy days and we don't know where we're gonna get our next meal, you gone. That's a coward.
Exactly. So it's not what you say, it's not what you do, it's how you say it and how you do it. If you want to be out, but get the exit plan together, make sure your family is straight. That's all a lot of women be saying. And we may not like the fact that you gone, but we will respect the fact that you made sure we were cool before just bouncing. Demetrius, what are your thoughts on that? Same scenario.
And not no references either, like call somebody, maybe they can help you. Not no references, actual tangible, leave something tangibly for them to be cared for. Like if you're gonna cut the scene, make sure you leave something behind that's tangible to sustain them. And
Exactly.
yeah.
All right, Demetrius Higashikata, batter up, batter up. So what are your thoughts on this? I mean, how would you have handled the situation if a plate was thrown your way and someone kind of left you in that situation?
I mean, to me, like, I'll be all right. It's more about, I'm thinking, like, the way that I'm thinking more about the kids. I'm not going to let you, like, traumatize them anymore because depending upon their age, even if they're under the age of, like, between the ages, like, 15 and 18, right? That's still, like, psychologically damaging to them. And I can't allow you back in our family space if I think you're a threat to the family. It's just that simple. And it
Another
doesn't have to
thing,
be any more than that.
that's why a lot of these social programs were created, because experts who are more educated than all of us put together have determined that it is more likely than not for a man to cut the scene and leave. Like, just take the Great Depression, right? A lot of guys, they was like, well, she better off with one less mouth to feed, so I'm gonna go ahead and be a hobo. you know and meanwhile she's stuck with these children they created together, in
Mm-hmm.
some shack he half has built. And so the government had ascertained that, all right, more likely than not, men will abandon their children if given the certain circumstances. They will do that. So we have to provide women and children some assistance in this manner. See, a lot of people, they like, yeah, women get welfare. No, mothers, like custodial parents, in the interest of the children's longevity, that's who gets the assistance. But they don't look at
Exactly.
it like that. They look at it as the mama getting it, the woman getting it. No, it's the benefit, and the benefits exist in the interest of the children's well-being. That's
Out here,
why the
you're right, because
benefits.
out here in Arizona, only women with children can get cash benefits. Not my single ass with grown
Right.
ass kids. But I'm
Then
by
I
myself. I
want it.
can't get no cash assistance. I want it, but I can't get it.
I want that subsidized housing. I want that cash assistance. I want that food.
Girl,
I
if
want
you
all
ain't
that
got no
stuff. But if
kids,
you ain't
you
got no
can't have it.
kids, you out the game. Because it's designed to care for the well-being of children.
That's right.
All right, so what I'm more concerned about in this situation, Faith, is how did they get here? How did the woman in this situation, she is like, what was the buildup?
She
But
met
see, that's
him, she liked him, he liked her, and they got together.
but that's just the problem. Like when she was complaining about her situation in her marriage 4 years ago, she just said he just suddenly changed on her. She doesn't know. She does not know what the change was in him.
Oh, so he's just a chameleon. All right.
Hmm. Uh, I don't
A
know.
lot of times men will put pressure, peer pressure on another man saying, wow, you married a ready-made family, huh? Well, you must be, you know, you know what I mean? They put, depending on what type of friends you have as a man, they may or may not be able to influence your decisions as to how you conduct your responsibilities.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
just a weak dude.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's just
That's
a
a
weak
weak
man
dude. I
thing.
don't.
Like
I
like
listen.
my friends
some
better
guys
not say nothing about my relationship.
some
Nah.
guys fall for that. They fall
They.
for the
That's a
taunting
weak
of their
dude.
peers. They do. Some of them do fall for that.
Nella, that's a weak dude. I'm sorry.
You
Do
better
you
off.
know how many? Even before I left my ex wife, do you know how hard even my brother in law was trying to get me to treat my wife a certain way? Uh,
Oh, I believe you.
yeah, and I ignored him. I'm like, dude, you almost in the same position I am, and you was almost like, man. Let's just say we both was not in like the best situation, and you're trying to advise me on how to deal with my wife. I'm like, bro, deal with your own wife. No, don't deal with me.
Exactly.
So hell,
Misery
like
loves
I would.
company.
I, so that's what I'm saying. We don't need a husband school. We need men to learn how to be men. That way, you don't have these goofies coming around saying, "Oh, you have a Ray Man family." You're like, "Yeah, because I want to be here. Mind your goddamn business."
Mhm. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Bro,
Like,
speak.
Mind
Well,
your business.
where is where is my round of applause? I got to give you your respect on that one, bro. Cause I'm telling you, man your business. Oh, you with that fat chick, man your business. You with
I'm
that
like,
chick that got 10 kids, man your business. Yes, bro, speak. Be your own man.
yeah, and like I see in especially the internet, you got a lot of dudes letting other dudes dictate to them how they supposed to do with who they date, how they spend their money, all kinds of stuff. I'm like, dude, you cannot dictate to me anything. You can give me advice. Now, whether I take it or not is my business. I don't let no dude dictate to me. Oh, you was simp for doing this or not. I'm like, dude, listen. Well, I did it my way, and I got women. I'm like, do you know how many goofy dudes get chicks, and how many chicks get goofy dudes on a consistent basis? I don't care how your relationship going because a lot of times it could be a front. And so I don't listen, I'll take the advice, but at the end of the day, who I choose to deal with is who I choose to deal with. And I'll take the if it fails, hell, I'll take the heat. This is what it is. But I'm not gonna let nobody dictate to me who I be with. Now I'll take the advice of the person, especially somebody I trust, and take it into consideration. But no, you're not gonna dictate to me how I treat any woman I'm around.
Facts. We need more brothers like that. We need more brothers like you. Cause it's too many of these men out here that they listen to they homies, their internet daddies, oh, she gotta wear size 6. Some guys don't if you do, I don't even know if some of these guys even know what a size 6 look like.
I to be honest, I don't even know. I don't even know what a size 6 is. It's like, because I know my ex was like a size 12, but she looked bigger than a size 12. But so it's relative. Like I said, I think that these dudes listen to these guys online, dating coaches, all these different people, and think, oh, well, he must be successful. And then you find out later on the woman he with look nothing like the one he's describing to you. So that's what I'm like,
Mhm.
why are you listen? Whatever you like is what you like. You make that work. Just know how. Don't take disrespect. Be respectful. And if it's time to go, it's time to go. Don't be trying to. Don't put her on a pedestal or nothing like that. Treat her like a human being. And more than likely that's going to translate into you being a husband. Because look, I didn't know about being a husband. My father didn't teach me nothing. My mother didn't teach me much about it either. But I just knew about how I am as a person, how I'm treating her, and I just went from there. So it's. But like I said, I think a lot of dudes, they let other guys dictate to them, because they need it. Not only do they need women validation, but they also need men validation, and that's a big problem.
Facts. All right, so let me go ahead and complete playing the video.
Cry because I'm like kind of in shock. Like, no, he didn't. Did he just walk out on me? And then try to blame it on me. Like, nah, don't be slick. You're not going to use that little thing that I said against me, when really it takes a lot for a man to leave his wife, his family, his kids, his pregnant wife. He don't give a fuck about me. He ain't never gave a fuck about me. If you can walk out of my life that simple, that easy, that quick, you don't give a fuck about me. I let you go with the excuse of clearing your head and getting yourself together mentally the first time you was gone for 3 months. I'm not about to do that again. This is not about to be a regular occasion where you here for 2 months and gone for 4 months. You here for 3 months and gone for 3 months. We not finna play that game. I'm not about to do that. And I don't even trust him. So it's not like I'm gonna be able to let him go to Texas and not assume that he's not fucking with people, and not assume that he's just being to himself and not partying up and having a great bachelor lifestyle, and then coming here for 3 months pretending to be a husband, and then going back in 2 months, starting a fight, saying, "Oh, I'm upset. I need to go clear my head," and then going to fuck around for 3 months. Now, like I said, I didn't get any proof or anything of that. I don't have any proof that that's what was happening when he was gone the first time, but I'm just saying, at this point, you could be living a whole double life. I'm hurting because I got to go in here and I got to tell my son. I got to tell all the kids, but I got to tell Junebug, who's his number one fan, that he left last night and he can't go. Why he can't go? And I got to lie to him and tell him he's going to be back, or he'll see him soon. And I don't know when the fuck he's going to see him. And he's not coming back. I'm moving. I got a place. It's in my name. It's beautiful. I'm blessed. I'm so fucking blessed. I'm emotional right now. I am so fucking blessed that I know I'm gonna be okay. I'm just hurt. I'm just fucking hurt because you put effort and energy and time into a nigga, and at the end of the day, you might get you a real one who would never do you like this. And I pray that everybody has that type of situation. And then you get some like mine who pick and choose when they want to stand up. This will be, you'll never see him again on here. He's never coming back here. He won't know where I live. Like, he's never coming back here. As far as I'm concerned, as of right now, it's on. I'm gonna play the same role. I'm getting me together. I too can play that game. You want to clear your mind? So do I. I'm clearing my mind of you and your bullshit. The thing is that I know I'm gonna be okay. I know I'm gonna be fine. I know that this hurts now because separations hurt. But I can't even talk to you about divorce and all that right now because this is brand new. He just left like an hour ago. Part of me feels like I pushed him away. Maybe I did. Because, you know, I can do that. I can be pushy. But I just feel like to leave me pregnant is just, it's the coldest, dirtiest thing you might as well spit in my fucking face. I have no respect for him and I will never forgive him. I told him I will never forgive you. So in a month, when you're done fucking around, when you're done having fun, when you're done taking a break, when you're done doing whatever you want to do, and you want to call me or you want to text me, you want to say, I miss you, I miss the kids, I want to come home, this number is going to be disconnected.
Yes.
Don't play with my life. Don't play with my kids' lives. Don't play with our time, our emotions. It's not fair. And then you're going to leave me to have a baby by myself because I'm not going to allow you to leave me and then just be like, so I'm going to leave you here with all of this stress and just life because it's too much for me. I'm going to go do me for a while and then I'll be back around, I don't know, say the end of next month. How's that work for you? Like, what the fuck? What I'm sorry, what kind of relationship is that? When it gets hard, you get to go on vacation. I get to stay here in reality. You get to go and be in some alternate reality where you don't have kids or you don't have to take care of anybody or you don't have to deal with life stresses. And then you get to come back when you're refreshed. Well, ain't that something? And I know that God's going to get me through. And I would love to have my husband there with me if he knew how to act. But he don't know how to act. So if I were to tell him right now, like, okay, go do what you need to do, and when the baby comes, you just need to come back, or like when the baby's about to come, you just need to come back. He would literally fucking do that. But that's not fair, and it's not right. And I can't allow, you know, the saying, men only treat you how you allow them to treat you. And I have allowed him to be this subpar, substandard ass husband because I haven't required him to like own up. The last time he left a couple months ago and left for 3 months, that should have been the end of that shit right there. Because I gave him a second chance and said, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Come back. But this shit's not going to happen again. And then it happened again. For me to allow him to do that again, it's going to happen all the time now. It's going to be an every fucking month thing. Every 2 months, every 3 months. Oh, my head, I just can't with so much. I got to go. I'll be back though. I don't know, in a few months. We'll play it by ear. My sons don't deserve that. My girls don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. Nobody fucking deserves that shit over here. So he could keep that shit. Keep that same fucking energy. If I have to be single until my kids are grown and raised, fine. You know?
Yes,
I'll
girl,
take that.
do that. Be single until them kids
I'd rather
are
do that than go through all of this relationship bullshit. Anyway, guys, I just wanted to come and release that a little bit, let you guys know. I don't know. It's not none of you guys' business, but I just feel like, look at me. Don't I look like I'm kind of upset? You know, I don't want to pretend
we all know
to
she didn't
be
do that.
happy when I'm not happy.
Had another.
And I don't want to pretend to be in a good, good mood when I'm really irritated. So I'm just going to let y'all know now. I do have a beach vlog that was supposed to go up before this, but I'm going to put this vlog up first, this video up first. Then I'll put the beach vlog live. It's already ready. It's a long one, but it's a good one. So I will see you guys in the next video. Pray for me. I'm going forward.
Mm-hmm. We all praying for you, baby.
Clearly, I've outgrown you.
Poor baby. Poor baby.
Yeah. But I gotta give her credit. At least she's not as belligerent as she could be.
Right.
while displaying her turmoil. Like, there are women who have a very colorful use of the English language, where
Yes.
she could be straight up low down belligerent with it, and she's just expressing the dismay of being confronted with the fact that what she has on her hands is a fair weather father.
Man.
Because the children, she's gonna have to explain to him, like that lady in Forrest Gump. Mama, what does vacation mean? Vacation means you go someplace and you never come back. She's gonna eventually have to explain to her children, if you think he's coming back, we have another conversation to have. That because she has to explain to them that he is not to be relied upon. He is not to be taken seriously. Anything that we get that is a surprise worthy of our expectation is just what it is, a surprise, because he cannot be counted on to be with us. And she has to have that tough conversation with those children in a way that they can absorb it and not feel bad about their situation. And that's a tricky tightrope to walk, to explain to a child, uh, the man that is not going to be around. That is a very tricky conversation to have with young children.
Yeah, because kids internalize that type of abandonment, and they can even grow up and blame themselves.
They think it's their fault
Mm-hmm.
all the time. They think, well, maybe I should have did this. Maybe, they internalize it when it has nothing to do with them.
Okay.
So it's hard to explain to a child in a way that they won't internalize it. The man that you knew or know is not to be relied upon being in your life. That's hard, man.
Hey,
Difficult.
Faith.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. No, I didn't listen from the beginning. Or besides the one she's pregnant with, any of those children his?
The first 5, I believe, are not his. She has children by multiple men. So
Oh,
she got with him, baby number 6. The little one Juju that she talked about, that's his, and the one that she's pregnant with in this particular film is his. So that guy only has 2 kids with her, but he married her knowing that she had the other 5.
so okay. So what I gather is he was trying to play stepdaddy, playing,
Right.
and
Playing.
that's another thing. That's why I say that we don't need a husband school. We need a man school. If you cannot handle this stuff, don't try to play stepdaddy. There's a lot of dudes who will play stepdaddy because they want to be with the woman. No, you can't do that. If you need to get to know the woman first, get to know the woman first, so that you don't bring the children involved. Because that I see that a lot, and people try to rush having the man, and the man probably rush to meet these kids. No, get to know the woman first. Now you can decide if you can be if you want to be with the children, not to hide the children from them, or you don't want to know, but to get to know her first. So then you could decide, hey, do I want to be in this relationship or not? So you don't have a situation where you're trying to play stepdaddy. And
He
I think
couldn't
that
even provide housing for them.
wait. Who that's not his housing? It's her housing.
It's her housing. And he,
Yes.
slithered on in there, got her pregnant with 2 more children, and want to take vacations periodically.
Like I said, playing stepdaddy. Too many dudes do that. And you living off her. You another child. I'm not surprised he bailed.
Exactly.
She's another child.
I'm so glad you said that, because this is what I think what it was. I think that she claims she not getting no government assistance or no food stamps. I think she lying. I think she is getting food stamps for them
She getting
kids. I think that she was getting
I think
kind of
she got one hell of a social worker that's getting her benefits.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got
yeah,
something.
and he was in there reaping the benefits. He was probably in there eating up the fruit snacks and drinking up the juicy juice. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna be honest.
eating the Lunchables. I'm like, that's the kid stuff. Why you eating that shit? Yeah, it's free, man. Yeah, my my
She can go to
older
the store
brother
and get
was
some
doing
more
that.
with that link card. That-
Yeah, that's what they be thinking. Like, okay,
Yeah,
this is government food. Like, nah, this for the kids.
like, yeah, because my brother would do that, and I'm like, and the
When is
kids
the
get
last
attached.
time he brought home a rotisserie chicken in the sides to go with the fixings? You know what I'm saying? When was the last time he brought home a meal for the or prepared a meal for the children on his dime? Probably never. Never.
Oh,
Never.
he
Because
was
when you
just
have those many children, you are getting subsidies out the yin yang. Okay. If you got a good, social worker or however they call those liaisons that, get you into programs that exist to cover your substance. And here it is, he's looking at her doing uh well enough and he wants to feed off of it, but when he hits her mouth a little bit more than he can stand, he wants to escape. She doesn't get to escape. And in marriage, that's what it is. It's a commitment. It's not about escaping one another. So he doesn't. So you're right about the man school, as well as the husband school, Faith. It's not about escaping when you are in a commitment. And he has the bad habit of escaping. And she's, it's just so twisted in her emotions about it. Um,
no.
Hopefully she has a healthy pregnancy and delivery.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I hope so.
I do know one thing. I do need to kind of wrap it up because I need to get up. It's 1:30 over here. I need to start my dinner because my stuff is gonna take a long time to get ready. Uh, but I do want to get everybody's final thoughts on whether or not you think husband school is needed and your thoughts on this video and what would be your advice to young people out here, trying to make it in these marriages, raising families. So I'm going to start with hustler and muscular and work my way around. Mr. Hustler, you are you there? Oh, I heard some static, but I didn't hear no talking.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay, now we
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
got you.
All right. Well, based on what I saw in that video, I don't know about y'all, but to me, they both sound toxic. She sound toxic and he sound toxic. But to her credit, at least she owned up to the fact that maybe she has something to do with him, walking out on the family or whatever. So give her credit for that. But they both sound toxic. They both sound like two people that just trying to make something work when it was never really meant to work in the first place. And as far as being a stepdaddy is concerned, I spoke on this before in the past. You got to look at the woman's situation. She's a single mother by force, aka a widowed woman. Maybe, depending on the situation, she may be worth stepping to be a stepfather for. But if she's a single mother by choice, meaning she chose to be a stepmama for whatever weird reason without involving the father, that's where we have the problem. That's why these stepdads get the bad rest that they've been getting for the last couple of years or so, because they do it to the wrong type of women. And not only that, women feel so entitled to having the widow women treatment that they feel like it's okay to be reckless with the womb. Some man gonna take them, some man gonna wife them up because that's what they do. Not understanding that you can't compare single moms by choice to single moms by force, aka the widowed women. So that's a mindset that they got to come out of right now. So yeah, it is a bad situation. As far as having a wife school and a husband school, I think that they're both necessary. But hey, let's like the man just said, how about we have a masculinity school and a femininity school? That way it can carry over into you knowing how to be a good lover and spouse to the family. That's my take on it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hustler and Muscular. All right, so we have Mr. Bro speak. I know that you're going to leave us with some pithy words of wisdom. And I'm sorry, I forgot to do everybody's cameo. So let me get your cameo up here. Go ahead, Mr. Bro speak.
Yeah, as far as the man husband school, I don't think it's needed. You need a man's school because, in my opinion, it will translate to being a husband. You're a man. You stand on principle. You're gonna you're going to automatically be a good husband because you don't want to fail at anything. Um, with this guy's this situation, clearly he was there to be a bum. He was playing stepdaddy because he needed a place to stay. He was basically a hobosexual in this situation. They were just silly enough because these two do not take marriage seriously. I I really think they didn't because again, if you as a woman providing everything, what is the point of you marrying this dude? He's not bringing nothing. You're just you at this point you're coping. You're coping with the fact you got 5 kids by yourself and you need somebody there. And that's not a road you need to be doing, especially as a woman. You need someone, a guy who's willing to go and be there. He's willing to step and be the daddy that you need him to be. You can't be having just some dude over there because you lonely. That's coping. And as a dude, you can't be playing stepdaddy because you coping with the fact that you can't make it out here on your own. And now you got 2 cope babies because these babies are not made out of love. These are coping because you're coping with the fact your life sucks, her life sucks. You get together, and now you got one. Hopefully, we'll have 2 children. Got one, but they're not made out of love. They're not made out of like we want them to be here. They're coping kids. So, my advice: be a man first. Learn to be a man. Know what you want, what you don't want, so that you don't get in these type of situations. As a woman, make sure that man's going to be a man. Make sure he is providing something. There should be no reason why you're providing everything. He's just there. That's a recipe for disaster. He's nothing but a child, and he's going to act like a child. Reason why he bailed? He's rebelling because she's taking care of everything. You don't want a man in that position. So again, we need men's school, we need women's school, and we need and just have some common sense. He gotta be a provider. If he ain't a provider, nah. Especially you got children, you can't have nobody who's not a provider around. So that's all I can say about it. But thank you for having me on the panel, Faith.
Okay, thank you so much, Bro Speak, for coming, and please do come again. I appreciate you. All
No
right,
problem.
next up, who's next? Oh yeah, here we go. Miss Mella.
Look, it's important to develop the skills that it takes to examine communications with a potential mate, right? And that's where the husband school comes in. When you develop skills to examine the compatibility factors versus the non-compatibility factors, it will serve you well. And that's why I think a husband school is important, because it affords you the intelligence to discern whether or not you hot in the ass versus thinking about your future. A lot.
Absolutely.
That's all I got to say.
Oh, no. I was agreeing with you. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No, I don't feel as if you did. It's just that other people might have thoughts, and I just wanted to be concise because that's the main point. The main point of a husband school is to teach how to examine what's compatible versus not compatible so that you won't waste your time enduring heartache later. That's all. I mean, I could get specific about the situation that was displayed. In her case, I think that young lady um, experienced a good lover in him, and she just thought everything was going to be all right. That's and I say that because it's no accident that she mentioned he probably out there fucking around and this, and why is she, you know, assuming that he's horny to that extent? Because she's probably experienced his level of love making, and she just doesn't want to think about him being out there having sex with anybody else. Notice she didn't say he's probably out there making babies with somebody else. Now that, is a different mentality than he's probably out there, having fun, living the bachelor life. Her focus was on whether or not he's quote unquote cheating on her as opposed to creating other babies outside of their marriage. Like, I didn't hear her not once say that, I don't know if I got, if he's making children with other women besides me. She never mentioned that. To me, that came up, right? That's like, okay, um, is he making children with other women while he's on these sporadic vacations away from his marriage? That wasn't her concern. Her concern was whether or not he's actually committing the act. And so I think that they fell into being sexually compatible as opposed to um, emotionally and emotionally compatible, because a person that has feelings for you is not looking to hurt you, and he may have interpreted that she doesn't have a problem hurting him emotionally, and thereby he turned around and doesn't have a problem with hurting her emotionally. So they didn't examine the components of compatibility outside of sex. And I think this is what we get when we experience people who aren't taking a husband class.
Facts. All right. Well, Mela, I do appreciate you coming up here, and that is true. Compatibility is
I love
most
you, woman.
important. Huh?
I love
What
you
you say?
too. I said, I love you, woman. And
Oh,
all right. I appreciate you as well. Always.
no problem, Mela. I love you too, and do come again.
All right. Peace, y'all. Bye.
All right, Demetrius, what's up, my man? What are your final thoughts on the situation?
I mean, listen, it's as simple as this. Listen, I we kind of touched on it yesterday with or the other day with Derek Jackson or DJ, right? But very clearly, it's like this lady had something going on, and it's very clear that her life was already difficult, right? So if we're able to admit this, right, then this we can properly discern that this guy had no good intentions, um, or in like good intentions for her or her children, because he wasn't really doing anything, right? And because we're able to admit this to ourselves, we can then also make the assessment of her. There's probably she probably has some discernment issues, and that's not like a character flaw or anything. That's just like observational skills, something that can be fixed. And I touched on this like on other panels, but very clearly, like it's clear to me, and it should be clear to y'all, that this is just a selfish individual. And that, to be honest with you, they're better off not being together at all, because selfish people are going to be selfish whether they're in a marriage or not. And there's no amount of shaming or teaching that's going to fix that. If you want to create or foster a culture of honesty and of virtue, then you have to actively condemn these people when they do or choose to do wrong. and knowingly do it too. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Well, thank you, Demetrius, for coming up. Please do come again. I appreciate you, brother. And you have a good evening. Everyone who came to the panel today and participated, I really appreciate you. Now, I do want to put in my final thoughts on this because we had so many different point of views on the panel. We had some people that said that they don't believe that a husband's school is necessary, but a man's school is necessary. Shout out to Bro Speak. And I agree with that to a certain degree. Because there's learning to be a man and there's learning to be a woman. I learned how to be a woman from most of the women in my family, so I understand and I agree with that. Things about being a wife I learned from my mom, from watching my mom and my dad. But there were other things that I could have benefit from going to a wife school from, to learn additional things, that my mother probably didn't know herself, because our parents don't know everything. So I think that it would be good to have a husband school, because apparently, and here's the deficit. The deficit is usually with the boys. The boys are not running around here usually playing with dolls and learning how to nurture, learning how to caretake, like they had that doctor kit for little girls, where we had the stethoscope and we had the little baby, and you learned how to listen to the baby heartbeat, learn how to take the baby temperature. That was, I forget the name of that doll from way back in the day, but I remember I got that doll, and I learned how to do all that nurturing stuff. Boys don't get those type of toys when they're growing up. Boys get the Tonka trucks, they get the Legos, they get the action figures. They just get stuff where they just learning how to play. They're not getting anything that's teaching them about nurturing, caring for someone else, learning how to be a dad. Little boys don't get the tuxedo and pretend that they're a groom waiting for a bride to come down the aisle. They don't get none of that stuff. They're not wearing their daddy's shoes and his suit coat, pretending that he's going to be a husband one day. That's little girls all day long. So from the time we're like 5 years old, we're just kind of, brainwashed or programmed, so to speak. We're programmed as little girls to want to fit that mold, but boys are not. That's the reason why it's in my opinion, we need the husband school more than we need the wife school, because boys are not fostered in an environment where they're encouraged to want to be husbands and want to be fathers. Fatherhood is important. None of that stuff is encouraged, especially not in the Black community. But overall, I see this overall here in the United States, here in the West, with most men. It is an issue. It's a problem. So when I look out here and I see these guys and they're married and they're starting to see the huge responsibility that carries as far as like being the man of the household. Yeah. Demetrius, more than men, little girls are conditioned, programmed from an early age. We are, seriously. So, I just think that we do need the husband school. We really do. And like I said, our parents don't really know everything. They don't. There are some things that I think we could benefit from, going to school and learning more of, So there's no problem with that. But we do need to foster an environment where this is encouraged. Men are not encouraged to participate in their children's daily activities. They're not encouraged to be the ones to help with the homework, to help get the kids ready for school, to do the grocery shopping, do the laundry, do work around the house, run the kids to the errands and go to the ball games and the assemblies and all that type of stuff. Men don't think that they have to do that. They leave majority of that responsibility on the woman. And what I'm saying is husband school might open up the fact that it's a partnership and that these are shared responsibilities, not something that a wife should do. Like, this is not something that you should just be throwing on one spouse and vice versa. This is something that you both share. Nobody's overwhelmed, and you both take enjoyment in the activity. That's the other thing. Learn how to enjoy being parents. Learn how to enjoy being married. Like, we don't talk about that stuff. Every time I hear about people talking about parenthood, you mostly hear the gripes and the complaints. Nobody is talking about the fulfillment most of the time. Very few times do I hear anyone talking about how fulfilling it is to parent. Very few times do I hear men talking about how fulfilling it is to be a husband. You hear women doing that talk most of the time. Like I said, we're conditioned and we're programmed to, think this way, but men are not. So that's the reason why, it is my opinion that we need the wife school more than we need the husband school. So I'm going to close out with that. Wait, I got Q Savage. You got me in the middle of closing thoughts. Hold on. What's up, Q Savage? Did you want to add anything towards the end of the stream?
I mean, well, I caught the last of it. I caught the last of it a little bit on what you said because I'm at work right now, and I just like to say is that in a way we both need wife school and we need husband school. We need to open back home economics. There's a whole lot of stuff. I mean, in my view, straight from the door, because I feel like both parties got some working on, got some serious work to do.
Okay, I mean, I could jail with that. I can jail with that. I'm not saying that women don't, but it's just that the focus has always been on women. Q Savage. From the time we're like 5 years old, we're learning how to nurture and take care of a family and a home.
I mean, you gotta think about it like this. I mean, when I was like, what was one of the first games you played when you was back? I mean, we both around the same age. What was the first game you really played? Was House, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the first games. Yeah, House. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, so pretty much that's I mean that's how I learned about husbands and wife and stuff like that. When the girl on the block say you the husband, I'm the wife, and that's the baby and this, that, and the third. So I mean that game been playing on since we was 5-6 years old. If anybody forgot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Most of the boys in my family did not like to play House. They didn't. They thought it was a boring game.
I mean, plus not to mention for the fact it's like all jokes aside, like I ain't like to play House for the fact it's like this. My older brother used to because he ain't want me to start playing around with the Barbie dolls or whatever. He ain't want me to play nah. I mean, go do something else with yourself. So I mean that's how that went down back in the 80s or whatever. But now for the simple fact it's like I feel like it's like I tell most women, especially around my age, I said if you want to increase the marriage rate in the black community, find men that's around your age, around my age, that's happy about marriage. I mean, that could say that say marriage is the best thing in the world. This is what you're missing out on marriage. That you better get. That's the problem. You don't find it.
But that's my point.
I mean, if you say marriage is so great, where's the representation?
But Q, that's my point. It's hard to find black men, especially that are
because here's the reality. There's none. There's none that you ain't gonna find too many because they're not happy.
Right. And that's the reason why I said we need husband school more than we need wife school. We have plenty of women selling it to other women. Like we got women that's going nana boo boo. I'm married and all this other stuff.
I mean, but here go the thing. That's what I say about that. The two women say they just married. Okay, is you happily married or you just married? You just saying that because that's something you got to say. I mean, right. That's the first two choice, and the second choice, I say to most women, I say, okay, what type of wife is you? Do your husband say, it's 5 o'clock? I can't wait to get home to my wife, versus to get home, or he the type of dude that he get home early, he got to wait 20 minutes, maybe to pop a swig, then wait outside, then come in. What type of? I mean, what's tight?
Yeah, true that.
No, I mean, but I understand what you're doing. I mean, it's an uphill battle. The only thing I'm sitting there saying is that if you got more men, I mean, especially more black men that promote this is what you get out of marriage. You know what I mean? This is what you get. I mean, more men would do it, but they don't see no option. I mean, they don't see no benefit of getting married. If you show the men that's showing this what you get for being happily married, you'll get more marriages. I guarantee it. But since you don't see it, I mean, come on. I don't even see that with the wives. I don't even see it with the wives that claim about happy marriage or whatever. Where's the benefit? I mean, where's your happy husband? No, I mean, you don't
Well,
seem to have.
there's plenty of benefit for men, and it shows because you have all these guys. Just like I was watching Bourbon Bougie the other day, and she had this guy come up there, and he was doing a story time where his wife was doing all the work in the home, like most women do, and she had got burnt out. And so when the kids got grown, she was like, "Hey, I'm not coming back home. I'm out." And he thought she was joking. And so 1 week went past, 2 weeks went past, and then he realized that his once spick and span clean house was dirty. It was getting filthy. And so he called his wife, who was gone, and he was like, "Hey, when are you going to come back and clean your house?" And she was like, "I told you I'm not coming back. That is your house. You need to get up and clean your house because I'm out. I'm gone." And this is the benefit, guys. You don't miss the water until the well is dry, is what I'm trying to say. Like, he didn't realize that his wife was doing all the cooking, his wife was doing all the laundry, she was doing all the cleaning, she was doing all the rearing of the kids, she was doing everything. He did not even know how to wash laundry. He was calling his oldest daughter up to come to his house to wash and fold his laundry. And his daughter was like, "Look, I can't keep coming over here, Dad, because I got my own family. I can't, she was like, "You're going to have to learn how to do this stuff for yourself." Men have continuously benefited from marriage. Continuously.
Okay.
The benefits are never ending. When you all get sick, you all don't know how to take care of yourselves when you're sick. When you get sick, all of a sudden a man don't know nothing. He's all elbows and knees when he's sick.
Oh, really? Well, unfortunately, Faith, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you came across those type of men. But unfortunately, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my background. For the simple fact was that most of the time in my life, I pretty much I was an avid reader. So most of the time in my life, I pretty much had to read to learn and stuff. Like, I learned how to cook from working in the kitchen. I learned how to clean from working as a janitor. I basically tell a female, what can you possibly do that I can't do for myself? And plus another
But
thing I
that's
think
that's just you. That's just you. But most of these guys, they're useless when it comes to cooking and cleaning. Like,
I
I
mean,
had one guy, he thought that he should put everything, all the clothes in the washing machine, colors, whites, everything together, and he was ruining the clothes. And I'm like, no, you got to separate this stuff.
oh, well, I learned how to wash clothes when I was 11, 12 years old. My mom gave me my little allowance money. Oh, what about clothes, Mom? What about deodorant? Oh, you got to
But
buy
see,
that
that,
out
that's
the money
that's
she
just
gave.
you. But like I said, most of these guys, they don't even have the basic adulting skills. Like it sounds like you have basic adulting skills that you learned through trade or what have you, but you learned them. But a lot of these guys don't learn them, and then they rely heavily on the women to do it.
Well, here go the things like this. Well, I mean, that's when the women should start doing more, a little bit more vetting for some fact. I figure like this. I figure like if your man, if you can't sit there and find a man that can provide the basic necessities of life. So you tell him like her example with these chicks that land with all these dudes, whatever. So you telling me that you got with a man that you could not prove that he could afford the basic necessities of life, food, clothing, and shelter? That's what you're trying to tell me? Wow.
Some of these
Too smart.
some of these guys are just really wanting the women to do it for them. Like, they may have known how to do it before, but if you've had someone to do something for you for years and years, you just never had to cook, you never had to clean, you never had to wash clothes, then suddenly one day you said, "Hey, I'm gone, I'm out of here," then you have to do it yourself. You're not going to want to do it because you haven't been doing it for a long time. You haven't been
Well,
participating. You
I
haven't been
blame,
helping.
I blame her for the simple fact that she picked a man that ain't had no basic survival and life skills. So that's all. So maybe that's good on her for the simple fact. I mean, if I was depending on that guy to be quote unquote in the woods, quote unquote, if I was a woman, you'd be dead.
So you're going to blame the woman for the man not taking the initiative to do anything in the household.
Yeah, but basically, I said, she should have picked. She should have picked from the start. She should have picked she picked a man that was more self sufficient.
Does she have any control? Even if he knew how to do it, does she have any control over whether or not he'll do it?
I mean, that's all. That all depends on the individual. But you sit there saying this man ain't had none at all.
Right. Some of these guys don't know how to do it at all, or they act like they don't know how to do it at all. And some of these guys know how to do it, but won't do it. But the fact of the business is he makes a conscious decision that this is her job and he's not going to do anything.
Well, I mean, well, they both agreed upon it. He chose to give her that job, and she chose to accept it.
I don't think it works like that. I think that for some reason or another, because women, most girls, we are conditioned as little girls to cook, clean. We get the easy bake ovens when we're like 5 years old. I know I had one. You know, it becomes something that falls to you, and you're not even understanding why all of this is falling to you. It's just that this person is not volunteering to help. Like, I've been with guys that were like that, didn't volunteer to help. And then I've also been with men that were in the kitchen volunteering to help. And it was a breath of fresh air. So, you know, you got the ones that will volunteer, you got the ones that will not volunteer. But at the end of the day, the ones that don't volunteer, the marriage is benefiting them because they have a built-in slave.
Oh well, I mean that's on them. She chose not to have them volunteer or whatever. Because for the simple fact, like I said, I got food service experience. I worked in the kitchen for over like 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Savage. I agree with you, but the question that you posed was, goodness, I'm having a brain fart here because I totally forgot what we were talking about. We got all into
about husband and wife school. I'm just saying both people need both schools or whatever. But I'm sitting there saying husbandry comes from the word. I mean, husband comes from the word husbandry, which is the domestication of animals. That's the main word. That's the root word of husband.
Mm-hmm.
So
she does have a responsibility to marry someone competent and to vet that person. But if this person decides that they're not going to clean the house, are you just going to live in a dirty house because they don't clean the house? And that's what a lot of women end up dealing with.
No, for the simple fact is like I said, I blame her because like I said, what type of man? I mean, I ain't gonna say what type of man, what type of human being, or whatever, would try to live in that type of filth. Like I said before, I learned how to clean by working as a janitor. I ain't had them homes. I had on the job training for everything I had to do. I had on the job training.
Exactly. So, okay. I think you guys are misunderstanding. Like, here's the thing: people can change. People can, switch up the whole program on you, and you'll just be sitting up here like, what the hell happened? Like, this person could be, you can go to their house is spick and span clean. You're thinking that this guy knows how to adult, he knows how to pay bills, he knows how to do this. And then as soon as y'all get married, he act like he don't know how to do nothing. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, here goes a situation like this. Where I would say it like this. Maybe the woman honestly was doing too much for the fact that he got too comfortable. That she was doing a little bit too much. That's what it seemed like to me. Because if you feel it like this, if a man sitting there was self-sufficient when you first met him, then all of a sudden he's not that. Then 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna sit there and look at the woman like you probably was doing.
Okay, but why is that her fault? Because he decides not to do anything.
Because why she didn't keep up with the original tempo in the beginning? If he was like that in the beginning,
no. That's once again, she can only control herself. She cannot control him. And see, this is the mindset that I want people to get away from. Stop blaming the woman when the man drops the ball. If he dropped the ball, if his stanky ass did not clean that tub, if his trifling ass did not get up and cook anything, if his trifling ass did not decide to help the children with the homework, that's his trifling ass. See, we need to start separating the blame. Blame him for what he does. We have gotten into a culture that has gotten too comfortable with blaming the woman for everything that the man does, and that's wrong.
Wait a minute, here the thing, Faith is like this. Me growing up, I was always heard that I was surrounded by strong, independent women. All this, that, and the third. Go getters, this, that, and the third. They was more like Sophias. They wasn't like no Celia off no color purple. They was more Sophias. I grew up around Sophias, And for me, now what I'm trying to figure out is me now. I'm trying to figure out where all this victimhood came from, because I never heard this victimhood growing up. I just heard strong independent. Now I'm hearing victimhood. So when the timeline that y'all become strong independent women to victims, was it always there? Because I ain't hear it back in the 90s either. I didn't hear it then. So when did the victimhood? When did it come from being strong independent woman to be America's favorite victim? When was the year this happened? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's not the point. That's not the point that I'm making. Okay. The point that I'm making here is this. People do put out their representative when you first meet them. They do. I'm just gonna let you know they just do. Just like I didn't know that my husband had a porn addiction. Like, he hid that from me. We dated for 2 years. I never knew. Never. But his representative was this great guy. You know, he was just so conservative and all this other stuff. Then when we get married, tie the knot, start having kids, get all deep into it, here come this big ass chest of porn. This nigga got all types of shit, you know, in the closet. And I'm sitting up here like, what the fuck? And we didn't find out until afterwards. People will definitely put forth their representative. And so now it's not my fault that he's addicted to porn. That's on him. I'm not going to take accountability or responsibility for nothing that this motherfucker is doing. That's him. So now, similarly, if I meet him and he's washing his ass and he's cooking and he's cleaning, when I meet him and he make me think, okay, he's an adult, he can adult and everything like that. Then we get married, start having kids, get all deep into it. Then all of a sudden he act like he can't do shit. That's his responsibility. You're not going to put that on me because he's lazy.
Okay.
But at any rate, I do thank you for coming up and giving me your point of view. But I do have to wrap things up. So I'm going to drop everybody back down and get back to wrapping this thing up, because I got to cook, y'all. So I'm hungry. I got some steak that I have been marinating in the refrigerator and in the sauces and the seasonings and everything. And I got to get that stuff in the oven. But to the point that I was making, we do need a husband school. We do need more encouragement of men to be better husbands and fathers. We need a better class of men. And with that, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I love you. If you are watching on the replay, please hit the like button, share the stream, because that keeps me on top, gets more eyes on my channel. And with that, I got to say peace. And I am out. Holla.